Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. It's not morning. I'm used to that. Welcome to Key West. I'm going to call this meeting to order for the Key Central Sanctuary Advisory Council today. Where are we at? Who's over there? Michelle, how about you start us with the pledge of allegiance? Thank you, Michelle. Okay, we're going to do a roll call. We're going to do something a little different today. When Beth calls your name, would you answer with what seat you represent and whether or not you're a member or the alternate?
We did.
Did you do that? We're going to get a mic around here.
What he did some mock
One more.
Delta, Echo, yeah. Player. 5-4.
Bruce Papa,
DD. Yep.
Represent the voting industry.
Karen Berman,
I'm here, and I'm the voting industry alternate.
Nene Stafford,
I represent the Lower Keys citizen at large.
Stephen Patton,
Lower Keys citizen alternate.
Ken Niedermeyer,
I represent conservation, environment.
Tracy Allen,
I'm the conservation and environment alternate.
David Makepeace,
Upper Key citizen at large representative.
Chris Berg,
Hello, conservation and environment, seat 202.
Carolyn McLaughlin, Conservation and Environment Alternate, Joe Weatherby,
I'm here on the Diving Lower Keys members.
Elena Rodriguez,
Diving Upper Keys,
Dan Dawson,
Diving alternate for the Lower Keys.
Will Benson,
Fishing, charter, fishing, flat sky.
Dale Bishop,
Alternate, charter, fishing, flat sky.
Richie Gomez,
Richard Gomez, fishing, charter, sports, fishing, alternate.
Ben Daughtry,
Commercial fishing, marine, live tropical fish.
and staying with advisory council members, Shelley Kruger,
research monitoring alternate.
Elizabeth Dolan,
The South Florida Ecosystem Restoration alternate.
Diane Sylvia,
Alternate Sewer Cultural Resources.
Lisa Mangilio,
Tourism Upper Keys alternate.
and now I believe turning to our agency members, Victor Sanchez,
Here on behalf of Coast Guard Captain Fort, Second Key West.
Bill Goodman,
Phil Goodman, U.S. Coast Guard alternate.
Ed Barham,
Ed Barham, representing Naval Air Station, Key West. Primary.
and I apologize, can you introduce yourself?
Oh, John DeDill, Mayor Key County Beach.
Thank you. Heather Block,
I'm here representing NOAA Fisheries.
John Hunt,
John Hunt, FWC.
Michelle Goldine,
Good afternoon, Michelle Coulter, representing Monroe County Board of County Commissioners.
and Joanne Walton.
Good afternoon, Florida Department of Environmental Protection and Eco Management of Sanctuary on State.
And NOAA Office of Law Enforcement,
Kitty Blackburn was the office for law enforcement. And today I have one minor with me.
and National Park Service.
Good afternoon, Glenn Simpson, Director of Hughes National Park, representing National Park Service.
Thank you, Beth. I believe we have a quorum. entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the August 20th meeting, please.
So moved.
Thank you, Ken. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Chris. Any opposed? Motion passes. I'd like a motion to adopt the agenda for today.
So moved.
Thank you, Ken.
Chris.
Thank you. Okay, the meeting agenda is adopted, and my chairperson comments. I'm going to kind of defer those till later. I did want to make one comment. So unfortunately, today is the start of crab season, so it kind of impacts our commercial projects. I'll also be able to attend here today.
So that's something.
It's not intentional. We always have the meetings every other month, and the third Thursday of the month, and that's what it's going to turn out to be. So, unfortunately, that's been going on before my time. We're going to be having a recruitment for seats coming up. We have 12 seats on the advisory council that are expiring. The council obviously is important for public participation in the management of what goes on here in the Fort Keys National Sanctuary. And they serve two functions: provide advice and recommendations to the sanctuary superintendent and related management issues, and also to serve as a liaison to the community and the specific constituency that the seat represents. We're accepting applications for members and alternates in the following seats: Citizen at Large, Upper Keys, member and alternate. Voting Industry, member and alternate. Diving, Upper Keys, member only. Charter Sports Fishing, member and alternate. Recreational Fishing, member and alternate. Research and Monitoring, also member and alternate. And Tourism for the Lower Keys, member only. So these applications will go out, Beth, with public opens today? Okay. And it'll be through December 31st, the applications to get in, and hopefully by the time the February meeting rolls around, we'll be able to get those new members sworn in and serving in that function. I see a hand down there. Who's asking? Dave?
No, I'm just letting Susie know where I was. Where she
Okay.
is.
No, that's okay.
I thought they had to go to the bathroom or something.
You may be
How many
excused.
fingers did I have?
Just one. Being a school teacher, you are. Okay, we're gonna have, basically today is devoted to public comment. We're gonna have a couple hours of meeting here with the advisory council, kind of have an opportunity for us to have a little bit of comment about what's going on here. But we're gonna be going to the public, the comment section is very important. I can't stress the importance of public comment. And so all the advisory council can hear these folks that want to speak to us about ideas, concerns, and perspectives from the public and from various stakeholder groups. The release of the restoration blueprint, which came to be in August after a long 5-year wait. There's a lot of information in this document, and that's not all of it, but it's most of it. It's most of the pertinent stuff. We're going to hear public comment today from 3:30 to 5. We're going to take an hour break and go drink something. Just kidding. And then come back to be here from 6 to 9. So that's going to give us about 4.5 hours of public comment. We're going to provide each person we're going to provide you 3 minutes, and we're going to ask the public to please adhere to that 3-minute time, because you're going to have a lot of people behind you that also want to speak. And we'd like to be able to get 25 or 30 people in this afternoon, and we'll get another 40 or 50 in this evening. Now, we've changed this meeting to be at this time so that people that work have an opportunity to come attend this meeting and have an opportunity to provide public comment. And I think it's a plus that we're able to be flexible with that, for this particular meeting here in Key West, so that the folks that can get here for the later aspects of the meeting. We encourage you to get together with people if you know that you have the same comment and you speak as a group. And that way one individual can speak for that group, and it can hopefully eliminate the number of people we have and get more input from different stakeholder groups. And I want to thank you right up front for your patience and your coordination for this public comment opportunity, because it's going to be a challenge for us us to get through all this by 9 o'clock this evening. I talked about the importance of the Sanctuary Advisory Council in this process, and it's very important that the council provides that advice to the management of the sanctuary. It's our understanding what goes on in the community, it's our connections to the community, it's the connections with our constituency base, and the perspectives, the different perspectives that we bring to this process. Now, I've done this council since 2002 or 3. So I've got a pretty long history of serving on the council, and I've found it to be always extremely open and extremely public about what we do and what we're trying to accomplish. And keep in mind that we are an advisory council. We do not make policy, we do not make the rules, we give advice to the management. Now, it doesn't mean they always listen to us, but most of the time they do. Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to take some time to go around with the council members and get some feedback from you individually. So each member, and I want the member to represent also the alternate too, so if the alternate has things to say, that becomes part of what the member says. We're going to give you approximately 4 minutes to talk about what you think of the restoration blueprint, what your ideas on perspective on some of the interests in the Lower Keys and Marquesas and the Tortugas region specifically today. Trying to divide this up in regions so we can take a little smaller bite of what's going on versus a larger bite of the whole apple. We're going to be moving the meeting back in December, back to the Middle Keys, and then in February we'll be in the Upper Keys. So I believe the December meeting is going to be in Alvarado. Okay, so it'll be in Alvarado in December, and then come February we'll be in, not quite sure yet, but we're probably somewhere in Key Largo. Okay, so, having said all that, I'm sorry? Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hello, everyone. This is a really big table. You guys seem like you're really far away over there. But obviously this was an important meeting, so we expected there to be a lot of people around this big table. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for making the trip down to the Lower Keys, for those of you in the Upper Keys and Middle Keys. As was just noted, we are trying to move these meetings such that we can make it easier for the communities of the Keys to participate in these meetings. That means we travel a little more and folks in these different areas can come to these meetings. So I appreciate people making that extra trip and making the adjustment today so that we can have this meeting go a little bit later so that folks that are working right now can participate later in the day. So thank you to all the council members for your flexibility on that. Thank you also for all of the involvement that you have had to date. Since the August 20th release, there's been a lot going on. We've had a bunch of public meetings, and some of you should win really good prizes for coming to many of those meetings, if not all of them. I know several around this table have been to every one of the public information sessions, have been at Rotary clubs, council meetings, commission meetings, chamber meetings, and have really been representing your constituents really, really well, taking questions, answering questions, providing information, listening, and in some cases, taking some difficult and personal criticisms. And I just want to be aware and recognize that this is a hard process for all of us. And I know that everyone is working really hard because we all recognize what an important time this is, what difficult but really critical decisions that we're facing. And I am very grateful to everyone for being a part of this process and helping us work through this. It's a long process, but I believe that by doing it this way, we are going to have better decisions at the end. So I wanted to take a moment, thank you again for letting me do that, to speak to what to expect for the next couple of council meetings. Obviously, as was noted today, a large portion of what we're doing today is just getting some of the thoughts and ideas out there from all of you, but then also importantly from the community. Today is the first opportunity for the community to provide oral public comment. We've already been getting a lot of comment through the regulation letters written to me, and through the information sessions, people were providing written comment. Beth is going to talk about that later, but we're already getting a lot of comments. Today, it's oral public comment. Next SAC meeting in December will be a similar format to this. Again, more discussion among the council members, followed by an opportunity for folks in the upper keys to provide oral comment. As you know, we've added an oral public comment session. It's not a SAC meeting, so you don't all have to be there. That would be an additional thing to your calendar, and I know you all are volunteers, so we're not asking you that's obligatory, but on November 6th, we'll be doing an additional oral public comment in Marathon. So that's what's coming. At the February Sanctuary Advisory Council meeting, the public comment for this process will at that point be closed. And so we anticipate that we would like to have a discussion as a Sanctuary Advisory Council on some of the issues that are probably the most challenging, contentious, and we're getting a lot of feedback on either side. And so I can't predict for you right now what we may ask what those subjects to be and what that discussion will be about. But I'm just anticipating that that February meeting will, will be an opportunity for this body to take on a handful of issues and provide your input to this process. After the public comment period closes, of course, we will be taking all of the input that we have gotten over the many months of this process, and we will be using that to formulate a single alternative. That alternative will be informed by the deliberations and the input from this body, from our partners in the state, from the public. We will be taking all of that, synthesizing it into a single alternative that, as you know, will go back out for public comment. So I just wanted to kind of give you sort of a sense of what's coming and how we're going to move through this. It's too early at this point to anticipate exactly what that conversation will look like in February, because we need this process. We need to hear from the community to know and inform that conversation. But expect that in February we will be asking to together as a group grapple with some of the most challenging aspects of this process and of these proposals, so that your input can really help us shape that next alternative. So I think that is all I wanted to say. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sarah. That's a good clarification for the process we're on right now. Again, I want to reiterate, we're going to go around robin here now, but we're really kind of specific, because we're in the Lower Keys. We're going to talk about the Lower Keys region, really what we find within the restoration blueprint. So, Glenn, I'm going to ask you to kick it off here. Good, because you're closer.
Yes, I'm Clint Barris. I wasn't here for the introductions. I am the Lower Keys tourism seat. I've served on the Sanctuary Advisory Council also for over 10 years already, and I've been here through obviously the whole restoration blueprint process. Looking at the sanctuary through the tourism lens, the Tourist Development Council just presented a study that they commissioned through Rockport Analytics that talked about the financial impact in Monroe County on tourism. And I just want to share some of these numbers to kind of frame how important this is to myself and to my constituency. So last year in 2018, we had 5.1 million visitors come down with a $2.4 billion tourism spend, and that's 1.8 billion directly in our local economy. 44% of all jobs in Monroe County are based on tourism in some fashion. So that's 26,500 jobs here in the county. That's the number one in the state as far as percentage of employment based on one industry. We had 4.5 million voters last year, 1.6 million divers, and 2.4 million recreational fishermen, right? So with all of that in context, I've reached out to the Lower Keys Chamber, the Key West Chamber, Lodging Association, Tourist Development Council, and the Attractions Association. Most of the organizations didn't have a public position necessarily. The directors were speaking more candidly and freely. They're kind of anecdotally. What I was able to gather, Obviously, Sarah's mentioned several times about cleaning up the language around the closures for the Blue Star operators, so we've already kind of talked about that, that'll be cleaned up. Increased voter education. In the past, we've heard that over 80% of all of our groundings happen from voters from outside Monroe County. So we do, as you know, we have a voluntary voter education program, so I did hear some concerns about making it mandatory like they do in Everglades National Park. And really, that's all I've gathered so far. For the Key West Timber, Sarah is presenting at their November luncheon, and then I was also asked to give a presentation to their board. So maybe for the December meeting, I'll have some more of their direct feedback at that point. For my own comments, my own opinion, this process has been going on now for 6 years. And in that initial public comment period, over the 1,500 comments we received, overwhelmingly the large majority were in favor of more protections and more conservation. Right? Our tourists come down to the Florida Keys because of the sanctuary, because of a healthy environment. And that is the frame that we need to make sure that we maintain, that we can protect this environment because our livelihoods are going to depend on it. Early on, we were talking about large contiguous areas that we were going to be protecting. And it's my opinion, really, that the restoration blueprint doesn't go far enough in that regard. Instead of these large areas, I see a bunch of little laser-focused, little expansion here, a little bit of expansion there. I hope this is enough. Personally, some things that I didn't see in the restoration blueprint that we had talked about earlier. Again, we always hear about lack of enforcement because money, buoy programs, education outreach, things like that. I think that we need to have some user fees somehow structured in there, possibly put a working group together and kind of look at how we might be able to tack on $1 or $2 for every charter, or snorkel or dive, something. But revenue is certainly a problem for the sanctuary, and I think that somehow this restoration blueprint should be looking at that in some way. Dave Dupree had mentioned at our last meeting that mini season, that's not something that the sanctuary has anything to do with, that's something through FWC. But I think that we could also kind of work with FWC on some ways to clean that up. Even like putting zip tags around the tail so that people can't come back and forth all day long, taking from the resource. There's just other things we can do, I think, to kind of clean up that process. And then finally, I've spoken to some of you also, water quality. Again, that's one of those things that's kind of beyond our purview. There's only so much that the sanctuary can do, but I would like to see a little bit more pressure put on state and federal agencies. I hear about cities and states that sue other cities and states for downstream water rights. Well, if that can happen, maybe there's something in that regard that we can do as well to kind of clean up the water that we have coming through the Everglades. That's all I have.
I'm Amy Stafford. I'm the Lower Keys citizen in large position, and I have been out of town, so I haven't had the amount of input that I would like to have. I feel like I would like to represent the broad cross-section of people. I first came in the 60s and fell in love with the marine environment, saw something that was spectacular. I went away and became educated. I got a marine science degree, moved back here in the early 70s with my husband. There weren't many jobs available. We ended up going into commercial fishing. So I've been a commercial diver, a trap fisherman, a sponge fisherman. I've done charter, I've done eco tours. I've kind of covered all the bases. So I feel like I have an understanding, but I would really like to hear more from people individually so that I can really do a good job of representing the people I have spoken with so far, who largely are feeling quite fearful because they are finding the management plan quite overwhelming, and they don't quite understand how to get into the details to find out how it's going to affect them individually. And that's where, when people have skin in the game and they are fearful, they won't be able to access the places that are near and dear. It's important that they understand and are willing to be a part of the solution. I agree, people keep coming back to this topic of water quality and education. And I think it's really important that we start putting pressure on our state agencies and our federal agencies not to roll back regulations, because we're all gonna be paying for the cost of that, and it is damaging our ecosystem. We need to put pressure to get more regulation, or at least more help with improving the water quality. Also get more funding for education, get more funding for law enforcement. But we need to get people to feel that this is important, because if we improve all these other things, it still isn't going to take care of the groundings, the anger damage, and the crop scarring that I see every day when I go out. And I know people don't intend to do harm. A lot of it is people that are visiting from out of town, but we need solutions. And I beseech people, please come with some constructive ideas of how we can do this so that people will feel it's everyone's sanctuary. It's a beautiful place to be, and we all have a responsibility to be a part of the solution. And I want to represent, I'm also on a lot of Reef Relief and other boards that really want to protect the environment. And Stephen's been meeting with a lot more people than I have, and he really wants to represent that the environmental groups really feel that we need to make efforts to protect larger areas in whatever form it ends up in. They would like to see more closed areas because they feel that it's one of the easier ways to manage and protect things. I don't know if that's covered what you would like to say, because I don't want to leave that out. But I'm begging people, come and talk to me and help me represent you guys, because I really feel the need that we all need to be part of the solution. Thank you.
Great days.
Over the past few months, Kenny and I have begun to develop a communication with Tina Cash from Plantation Key School, 6th grade. And he was going to be working with the class, but unfortunately he found that he had to go out of town. And so he passed the baton on to Susie and myself. And I want to relate an experience we had with those 6th graders, because they are, in fact, the ones that are going to inherit what we're doing. And so it was a group of 18 6th grade environmental science students from PKS. Now, Susie and I are going to go back and forth here and double team this. So Susie, why don't you explain a little bit about what we did once we met with the kids?
Okay, so this is Plantation Key School in the Upper Keys area, and it's a 6th grade ecology class, and Dr. Tina Cash's mostly 11-year-olds. It's a wheel class, so it rotates, and students switch every 9 weeks. As it so happened, we had a kind of a late start, so we tried to make up as it ended up. I think we only met maybe a couple of weeks worth of time. And what we did is we thought, well, the best way is let's let the students be us. Let's hey, you represent stakeholders like we do. You come to the table. And so what we did is we stepped back and we went over a little brief history and background of the sanctuary, how it came to be established, and as well as went over some of the issues in the condition report that happened back in 2011. We then went through briefly some of the restoration blueprint and showing the different alternatives. What we decided to focus on were some more Upper Keys, middle to Upper Keys areas, so Tennessee Reef and the Carysford, larger zones that were proposed. And we went through each alternative and again divided the students into different stakeholder groups. We had tourism, commercial and recreational fishermen, and basically all the citizens at large, all the things that we represent. And we tried to let them have, study a little bit, come back, and gain a perspective on what these would mean, like if you made your living this way or you were visiting or whatever. We had them do that, come back, and they started to focus on Carysford, and they went through examining the alternatives and what it may mean with the actual blueprint authored by the staff.
So we actually conducted a meeting similar to a SAC meeting. We had public comment, and we had exchange with these user groups. And we had fin and trap fishermen, recreational fishermen of both offshore and flats. So we tried to hit all the user groups and conservation groups. Susie, as a little aside, came with 3 different hats to represent 3 public comment people representing the spectrum of from close it all down to open it all up, and then a more centrist view. And so in their deliberations, they looked at the alternatives, and they came up with a recommendation that was sort of a blend of alternatives 4 and 3. They wanted to have alternative 4, but they wanted to have the Perry's Ford Reef section still be a Blue Star, so they added in the section 3. And then they added a transit only through Hawks Channel. And I mean, these are 11-year-olds. So it's pretty amazing. And so I'm hoping that we can sort of follow their lead. And there were some kids that dug in their heels, and in fact, Susie's going to relate a sort of a dissenting opinion that came to one of the groups when she picks it back up. So.
Yes, we had some commercial lobster fishermen stakeholder, and they wanted to have a zone from Hawk Channel that would be open. They were working this out with the rest of the group and extended toward the back of the reef to have a place for their traps as well. They ended up not really coming to a total consensus on that, though. They were very close to agreeing on everything else. So it was very interesting. As I said to them at the end, they're going to be the ones that know if we did this right. Okay, and right, and segueing into this, these zones that were looked at also in regarding the lower keys, we do have some zones, and some of them are based on spawning aggregation, which carries forward extending to the deep reef was one of those factors. So mutton snapper that may be spawning in the lower keys, whether at the Tortugas ecological reserves or at, say, another part of western dry rocks or something, may end up being Key Largo mutton snapper when the larvae recruit up the loop. So that was kind of interesting comparison, looking at those issues.
Okay, so to wrap it up, and it's been mentioned already, there's some fear involved, and it's quite natural. You're closing things off, perhaps closing some favorite areas, and conceptually, that might be your favorite spot, or just the idea of closures that presents some fear, and that is a natural tendency. And when I have conversations with people about that, I tell them that can they tell me that the sanctuary is in better shape now than it was 10 years ago? And none of them will say yes. I said, well, if you have a problem with what's on this list, what would you suggest we do instead? Because this whole process is about solutions. And sometimes I get crickets, sometimes I get people say, well, how would I do that? I said, well, start with the plan, look at the plan, and look at the alternatives, and I think to myself, if some 11-year-olds can do it, I think you can. So, and of course, it's harder to do when your livelihood depends on it. I do understand that. So, I have actually gotten a couple of people, and I heard from the other end of the table, ask for larger and more closures. So, one of the things you need to realize is it's not everybody wants less, some want more. And this makes our task even more difficult. So, in my perspective of worst case scenario, I ask myself, what is the worst thing that'll happen if we don't do anything? And what is the worst thing that happen if we do something? The worst thing that happen if we do something is some people will not be able to fish in the spot for a while, and maybe it won't help. But if we don't do anything, we may lose that place forever. So it makes our challenge very great, and so no good deed goes unpunished.
Dave, Susie, thank you. Ken?
Yeah, so I don't have a long monologue here, but I do want to just...
Can you introduce yourself? Could you say your names, please?
Name is Ken Emer from Conservation. So I was really more of had a few very specific points that I wanted to bring up and didn't want to go into a big, long discussion on. But as somebody in conservation, I feel like we may be too little too late on this whole plan. That being said, there's a few things that we could tweak to make it a little bit better, some things that I would support. As somebody that's in the business of trying to restore the coral reefs. I think any kind of protection we can give these reefs is important, and also the protection for the nurseries that are trying to regrow the corals. There's one particular nursery off Key West that is not protected by anything, and I would suggest including that into the protected zone. It's in the Hourglass. Coral Restoration Foundation has that nursery. There's an alternate 4 for Sand Key Spa that would encompass the Moat Nursery that's west of Sand Key. I would highly encourage the whole spa to cover that nursery. In the Hurricane Irma, a lot of the damage that was done to the nurseries in the Florida Keys was done by rolling traps. And if we can put more of a buffer zone around the nurseries, we can have fewer traps possibly blowing into them during a storm event. Blue Keys, the same thing. I think there's an alternate 4 that expands the boundary of the sanctuary, which would encompass another new nursery in that area. Certainly in favor of that. I have concerns about the idle speed only in some of these larger spas and larger closed areas. I think that's going to be something that's going to have to be maybe tweaked on an individual basis. I'm not sure that alternate 3 for Western Dry Rocks goes far enough. That's no anchor zone in that area. I think there will be creative ways to still fish it heavily. I think that we need to be thinking about what do we really want to do with that. And that's a job for the South Atlantic Council in the state of Florida too, but we can do our part. And if we don't shoot high, then we're going to not get high. That doesn't sound right. You know what I mean. And then there's some of the no anchor zones in the lower keys. There's one in the lakes at West Barracuda Key Flats. I'm trying to understand what that accomplishes. It seems like the concern is prop scarring on the reef there on the grass flats, and I think making it a no anchor zone accomplishes that. It should be a no idle zone. But those are just some of the specific things that I have to say, because obviously we're going to get way into this, and maybe other people are going to approach your 4 minutes in a different way, Bruce, but that's what I did, so I'm going to move on.
Thank you, Ken. You did a great job there. So, Chris. Yep.
Hey, everybody. I'm Chris Berg. I'm in one of the other conservation and environment seats, and Carolyn McLaughlin as the alternate. We coordinated on comments, and we also coordinated with a number of other groups with what I guess you could call a communications outreach effort called Marine Zoning Works for Me. And you can see a lot of what I'm going to talk about in more detail on that website, marinezoningworksforme.org. So my day job, I work for the Nature Conservancy, and I've been from the Lower Keys here. I grew up in Key West, on Big Pine for the last 20 years. I've seen a lot of change, most of it from the environmental perspective, going in the wrong direction. I've seen the sanctuary, its creation, the management plan that went into effect in 1997, the backcountry management plan, the Fish and Wildlife Service, and all of that. I've seen some things that have worked and some things that haven't. But let me just hit on a few of these things that Marine Zoning Works for Me group has come together with. So other than National Parks Conservation Association, the Nature Conservancy, the National Audubon Society, Last Stand, the Isaac Walton League, and the Florida Keys Environmental Fund are involved in that group. So yes, water quality, environmental education and outreach, law enforcement, active restoration, all critical components, but we think zoning is also absolutely critical. So until this effort was sort of renamed, rebranded the Restoration Blueprint, it was the Marine Zoning and Regulatory Review effort, and that is why it's all the zoning proposals. Every one of these existing zones and the proposed zones has its pluses and minuses. Grappling with those, as we've already started here, coming up with the right balance is what this is all about. Getting public input is what it's all about. So some of our specific suggestions, these larger shoreline to reef zones like the Western San Luis Ecological Reserve right out here are working. They are working to create more and larger fish and lobster. There's spillover outside of those areas that people can then harvest. somewhere out the Keys. By adding the Tortugas corridor in the Tri-Tortugas region, you get a complete connection from the shallows of Tortugas National Park out to the deeper spawning area of Riley's Hump, which is in the already protected Tortugas South Ecological Reserve. In the Middle Keys, there's a proposal on the table for creating from Long Key State Park out to Tennessee Reef, actually the deep reef beyond Tennessee Reef. We think that makes sense. And then in the Upper Keys, there's Cherry Sport. Having a series of these large, fully protected, transit-only zones is probably the best hope that we've got to protect resources in the face of the climate change and the water quality problems that are going to take many years, decades, or more to solve. Let's see, the Western Red Rocks region is spawning aggregation, multiple fish spawn at that place, so we think it makes sense to let those fish do their spawning. Again, if you're going to exclude the fishermen, exclude everybody from that area. No diving, just pass on through transit-only zone. The limited entry areas, this has drawn a lot of concern. Limited entry proposals for Sand Key, Sombrero Key, or Sombrero Reef, and Carey Sport. We think it may well make a lot of sense to think about limited entry areas, but we do not think that having Blue Star certified commercial dive and snorkel operations be the only commercial operators allowed in there makes sense, and we don't think the private individual should be excluded. It makes sense to limit entry for everybody, not just some, and to test it, see how it works. If you are going to do that, why? Are you trying to make the experience better for the people that do use it? Are you trying to improve the natural resource conditions, set some targets, put the management plan into place, and then measure it? And if it doesn't work, you've got to change. Let's see, Lower Keys, sandbars, and beach is another huge hot topic down here. So, you know, I'm a sandbar goer, I'm a diver, I'm a fisherman, I do it all. I do a lot more on the sandbars than anything else. When I got this plan, I said, man, thank God they didn't mess with those popular sandbars with some exceptions. But it looks, from the public reaction that I'm seeing online and through the newspaper, what I'm hearing, it looks like everybody thinks we're going to lose Content Keys, Snipe Point, Marvin Key, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I do not see that. When I look at this plan, I see things being affected in the areas around most of those. But I see, Snipes Point is not even on the map. Literally not on the map. So I'm not too worried about that, but I hope people are going to read that plan, understand what it exactly says, and if they don't like it, absolutely comment. If you like it, good. Comment on that. Make your comments specific to what's in the plan. There is an exception to that, and that is the Boca Chica sandbar, which is within the Western Sandal Ecological Reserve that I just described earlier. Our thought is that that should be a transit-only area. And then those particular sandbars for Boca Grande content, that's just, the popular ones are the popular ones, and there are all these other little wildlife management areas that are proposed on different islands all through the region. Some of those may make a lot of sense. The bird life, the shallows, etc., certainly bear protecting and conservation. But there was an idea that was put forward, an alternative for the most environmentally protective alternative that I thought might make a lot of sense, and we thought might make a lot of sense, and might actually not eliminate but reduce the need for all that fine-tuning micro site laser focus, as Clinton said, on different areas, and that would be right now all around the shorelines of the Florida Keys. There's a 100-yard idle-only buffer. So if you're within 100 yards of a developed shoreline, you're supposed to go idle for obvious reasons, public safety, not impacting the bottom, not throwing waste on people's properties, et cetera, et cetera. The proposal in Alternative 4 is to extend that all the way around the Keys, and we think, as long as you can maintain full speed, normal speed access in marked, Coast Guard marked channels, and identify the unmarked but sort of traditional running routes that we all use, and everybody just knows, hey, you're within 100 yards, you slow down. You're going to protect more of the bottom, you're going to So there's some stuff in alternative 4 that we liked. And I look like I'm about to get told to move it on. Thank you all very much for your time.
It's only 8 minutes, don't worry about it. I get 3.
Okay, Joe.
You get some of mine.
Thanks, Rich.
My name is Joe Weatherby. I am the Lower Keys Diving representative to the Sanctuary Advisory Council. I've been involved in the council for about 8 years, I think. I held the alternate tourism seat ahead of the diving seat that I now hold. And I got involved in the Sanctuary Advisory Council because I've been an active captain, I've been an active dive instructor for 30 plus years here in the Keys, and I'm also pro-ocean. And I thought that I could offer some help, some perspective. And I spend a lot of time doing things with the council, a lot of time talking to the constituency. And but what I've seen over the last 8 years, and certainly over the last 30, is things are not getting better. The only solutions that I've heard even proposed are coming from the sanctuary, and that's why I got involved. I will tell you that professionally, for the last 30 plus years, I'm in the water all the time. And I'm watching it right in front of my eyes. I'm not a scientist, I'm a boat guy. My friends and neighbors are divers and fishermen and people who work in tourism. My family owns a home in Key West, and I like the tax dollars that the tourists leave behind to help me, so I don't have to pay more taxes. It's already pretty high, as a lot of you know. I think that, like Ronald Reagan, he said, trust but verify. And I'm sometimes a little too loud a voice on the Sanctuary Advisory Council. I feel it's my responsibility to make tourism work and not to damage this environment forever. And I think everybody in the room agrees to that. I would say also that this is a huge project, having been involved all the way through. Huge. And it pisses people off to no end. I too get a little frustrated with some of it. But I don't think now is the time to stop talking to each other and start yelling. I think this is exactly the time where we need to be talking. And I ask anybody down in the Lower Keys to get in touch with me. I'm easy to find because I want more information about the things that I would recommend. I would start by saying, and I know this is me, I'm not being a chicken, but I want to say that, you know, when the restoration blueprint came out, I was disappointed that there wasn't anything about water quality. I know that's the easy thing to say because it keeps you having to fight a battle over Western dry rocks and all that, but we should at least be testing what's in our water. We're all complaining, there's all kinds of scientists saying it's this, it's that. What's coming into the sanctuary today? I saw the lime green water headed this way. We see the fish kills. I also too spend, in my professional life, I spend all waking hours promoting and deploying artificial reefs. I got to school a long time ago. I drank all of it, and I think that certainly these are part of a suite of cures for the things that ail us now. I would encourage anybody who's got an issue, not just with diving, but to reach out to the representative you have here or me. I live in Key West, Florida, and I'll bring the concerns to the sanctuary. I know everybody's angry because some portion of everybody's ox is getting bored here, and I don't know if that's the most effective thing to say about it. If everybody's not a little bit pissed off, then maybe it's not the right thing to do. But I do believe that the time is now for action and the suite of recommendations by the sanctuary, some of which I very much agree with, others of which I don't. The time is now to be making these comments and participating in this process as we move forward, because I've been assured by the leadership of the sanctuary and spent time in the rooms to say that we will see these recommendations evolve based on our comments now. And so, if we get to the end and everybody still hates it, then it's time for all the hair pulling and the rock throwing. But I think that now is the time to listen carefully, to read, to sign up and make your comments, and get your groups together, but to at least stay in the discussion and at least talk about a better way. I have some opinions on things that I'm going to offer throughout this process, but everybody's got a chance to talk now, and I think that's what we need to do, to talk and listen to the others in the room, and that's what I'm going to be doing. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Elena?
I'm Elena Rodriguez, and I represent the Upper Keys Diving, and this is my alternate Van Dawson. I've been on the Sanctuary Advisory Council for 5 years, and as divers, we see the condition of our reefs every single day that we're out. We know that doing nothing is not an option. Now, one of the things I learned when I came onto the council, I thought that my perspective was pretty broad until I met all the different user groups. And we all have different perspectives and different ideas on what the solutions are. But the one thing we have in common is that we love the keys. We love our reefs, and we love the water, and we want to see the water quality improve across the board. Everyone has come to agree on that, although this plan doesn't have the ability to really address that. But as a group, we can try and work on that. In terms of the diving community, one of the things that I've heard a few times is about boater education. Our professional boaters and captains and crews are out there, and they're seeing the less educated private craft out there, and they need some education and to learn more boater safety and diving etiquette and fishing etiquette. I think you guys that are all on the water every day can see that when our tourists come down. We don't want to turn them away because that is how we all make a living. That is what supports our economy. The diving community, for the ones that we've spoken to, they really don't have a problem with limited access. There is the majority of the ones we've spoken to who are involved. They're already Blue Star operators. They're already educating their user groups. They stay educated and involved themselves. I do ask that everyone listen open-mindedly to all the user groups. Before anybody gets on a soapbox, listen to what everyone else has to say and absorb and digest the information. Because I think together as a community we can come up with a valid, good, working solution that will ensure that our reefs will try and get healthy again for our kids and grandkids.
Thank you, Elena. Will Benson?
Will Benson, Flats Fishing, Charter Fishing, Flats Guide representative. I want to first just kind of say in my own experience a little bit as a filmmaker, which is some of the stuff that I've done, that oftentimes good criticism is the best thing that can be pointed when we're considering a pathway forward. So I took some time to prepare some of that, and I would like to read to you guys some of my thoughts. Thank you all for being here today. My love of these waters began as a kid in my fishing skiff, diving the reef behind Marvin Key. In those days, there was a beautiful patch of Gulf Reef between Marvin and Snipe Keys. Today, hardly a coral head remains. The sea fans in Turkey Basin have all but disappeared, and we have witnessed lots of change both in the backcountry and on our ocean side. For the most part, we have witnessed the decline of our habitat. In some cases, things are better today than they were in the past. It's not all bad news, and that is something that gives me hope. Today we are here to consider a series of proposals that collectively are being called the Restoration Blueprint. While some of the zoning proposals being considered are good, others are not. Closures in places like the Point at Long Key and the Marquesas would shut down important and historic fishing areas that are economic drivers for fishing guides. While acknowledgments have been made about the larger issues impacting our sanctuary water, these are hardly the robust efforts necessary to address these impacts within the Restoration Blueprint. I acknowledge that other agencies and regulators are the true agents for Everglades restoration. I also believe there are substantive measures that the sanctuary can take to monitor water quality. For instance, the program responsible for testing water entering our sanctuary is underfunded and in many locations only takes place quarterly. No program yet exists to detect the nutrients that come from septic runoff and new threats such as sargasso floats or the prevalence of pharmaceuticals that cause habitat destruction and poor water quality. I would ask that the agency to include real-time water quality monitoring in their plan. The Restoration Blueprint states that in the last 5 years we have seen a 60% increase in boating traffic. How does the sanctuary plan on addressing this increase? We have watched while Everglades National Park has implemented a mandatory boaters education course. At this moment, the sanctuary has only a volunteer boaters education course. We have listened to scientific presentations about the impacts of boaters to habitat. It would make sense as we consider the next 20 years of regulations to require a boaters education course. Additionally, adequate marking is required in places that people are frequenting more often, such as Snipes Point and Marvin Key. With any new set of regulations comes additional need for adequate law enforcement. Today, our sanctuary law enforcement is understaffed and underfunded. I believe we need more and better trained officers who are career professionals here in the Keys. We need creative solutions to address problems such as housing in order to keep the best officers patrolling our waters. This sanctuary exists as part of a larger Caribbean ecosystem. The findings of the recently concluded bonefish genetic program have shown that we are the recipients of larvae from Cuba, Belize, and Mexico. An encouraging positive rebound in our flats bonefish population here in the Keys is the result of meaningful protections of spawning aggregations upstream of us. To put it plainly, restoration here depends on restoration elsewhere. I feel it is necessary to think creatively and engage in partnership efforts to solve all problems, much like the Sister Sanctuary program. The Restoration Blueprint does not utilize the authority and resources available to this agency to lead the way in this regard, and it should. We are now trying to determine how to accommodate the health of the population as well as the health of the ecosystem. Not an easy task, but one that I believe is possible with strong leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Richie. Richie's filling in, Steve's not here today, so Richie, Richie's not.
Hi, good afternoon. Richard Gomez, alternate seat for Charter for Hire. Before I give you my thoughts, I wanted to read from Steve Leopold. He holds the chair on the Charter for Hire, so bear with me. My name is Captain Steve Leopold, and I'm the Sanctuary Advisory Council representative for charter fishing for all the Florida Keys. I would like to say a few quick words regarding the proposed blueprint restoration plans to make all of you aware of my perspective, as well as the general view of charter fishing captains and mates who I represent. First, I will say that doing anything other than properly carrying out and enforcing our current regulations presented as alternate one in the blueprint protection plan will not be supported by myself or the charter fishing community. The current restrictions, including the existing sanctuary preservation areas, which are labeled alternate one, have been presented as the do-nothing plan. Well, it is time to do something, and the plan is already in place. We must enforce the rules and restrictions which are in place by increasing the FWC staff, increase public awareness and education through the Blue Star program, making it available to the public, and work together with the state of Florida and federal fishery managers. Fishery management should be left to the agencies in place and not the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. You cannot move from the existing plan. Alternate 1, adding more restrictions, closures, and broader boundaries without increasing law enforcement and educating the public and user groups. Expecting a different outcome without changing and enforcing what is already in place is totally unrealistic. I'm here to offer my support of alternate 1, including increase in law enforcement and education. So the Key West Charter Boat Association would also go for alternative 1, no changes. And I want to just give you a few reasons why. At some point, hopefully, I'll be able to put a map up of the lower keys. Was that going to happen, Bruce?
We're trying.
Okay, listen, if you can't, you can. I'm going to talk about something else right now. Okay, so first for the audience, I mean, your opposition or your agreement holds a lot of weight, but without your written comment, you lose that weight. Keep that in mind. Those written comments are very important. So personally, I find a lot wrong with these maps, but I believe all things can be fixed with solutions. One solution would be, before the maps are finalized, work with the reps from each user group to make this map more livable for everyone. This map is not a solution until we have a larger say in how it is drawn. So moving on, I just have a few points here. I got kind of a little hodgepodge going on over here, so bear with me. You know, for us, when Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary deems a certain fish, I mean, when the South Atlantic Fisheries Council deems a fish overfished, we work closely with them to come up with a workable solution. We've been working with them for many, many years, and that's who we want to fall under. We do not need the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary closing any places for any kind of spawn. Leave the fisheries management to the fisheries managers. Let me know if you get it up. Okay, so let's see if we can get right in on start maybe around Sand Key. Can we bring that up a little tighter? And then we're just going to kind of work our way east and then come back to Western. I'm planning on doing it in about 4 minutes, but I think we'll get her done. Okay, so let's just look at Sand Key right there. Number 1 problem. All of a sudden, we want to make this a Blue Star area. Now, the charter boat industry's been able to catch and release fish there since 1997. And now, all of a sudden, we're going to lose one more reef. Divers will be able to dive, fishermen will not fish. Next, we have Rock Key. Divers are able to dive, fishermen are not able to fish. After that comes Easter. Divers are able to dive, fishermen are not able to fish. You can see where I'm headed with this. We just moved right on down the line in between Eastern, you have 9 foot that is a fishing and diving. Then after that comes Topino, and then we get to that big square there, Western Sambo. Now all of a sudden, we're not only going to take the reef, which we lost many, many years ago, 1997, we're going to extend it past the bar to protect spawning fish. Now I was looking at the working group meetings, and I noticed one here that said, recommend the fishery management councils manage the Florida Keys as a distinct area. Consensus was reached, and it was passed on to the SAC. Then I go over here to another day, and I see when referring to Western Sandbow, will provide an ecological swath that represents all types of ecosystem habitats. Lobster will also capture the gray snapperfish spawning aggregation site just to the south. That's a little bit of a contradiction there. But now let's just move over to Western Dry Rocks for a minute. So, Ben, don't worry about it. I think I could explain it to him. So Western Dry Rocks, one good thing about the low water reef of Western Dry Rocks, not many dive boats go there because it's just a little further run and they're trying to conserve fuel. But then we go to the bar. Now, here's another area that is under Florida Keys, under the South Atlantic Fisheries Management, and all of a sudden the sanctuary, not all of a sudden, because they've been shooting for this place for many, many years, and here it is again. Because of a spawn, they want to close it. Now, I get that you want to protect spawning fish, but the thing is that the South Atlantic Fisheries already does that, and we are very involved with the fisheries, trying to make rules that make sense and that don't take land from us. We used to be able to catch 10 mutton fish per person. Now we brought it down to 5 when the charter boat industry actually asked for 2. So the charter boat industry is against anything but alternative 1. And I'm sure we'll be talking more as time passes. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Ed Daughtry. I'm a commercial fishing marine life representative for the Sanctuary Advisory Council, and I've been involved for the last 8 or 10 years through this entire process. I reached out to my constituents and asked for some very specific examples of the lower keys in particular here. There's lots of stuff about the upper keys, and I'll wait until the next meeting for that. I'm just going to read a few specific points here. In particular, the Tortugas corridor, there's some belief that there should either be a no anchor zone or a conservation area. The use of additional spas are really not needed in the sanctuary. Spas are, dive areas. Once again, and we know that there are divers that, when you have massive dive areas, it causes some problems with the bottom, which is why we're looking at creating some restricted areas, so spas may not be the most effective way to protect that area if that area needs protection. There was concern about the Marquesas idle speed turtle area. Questions about whether there's evidence to say that just because there's large numbers of turtles there, are they actually being impacted there? It was thought that the overall population of green turtles are thought to be in an uptrend under current protection. Is it necessary to add more restrictions and inconvenience to boaters? Is there science or proof that there's an issue here? Just because there's more turtles in an area doesn't mean that there happens to be a problem in that area. That might actually be a good thing. Western Dry Rocks was actually an area that some of my constituents felt should be closed year-round to protect spawning aggregation. So you can see some big differences between charter guys and some of my constituents, and that shows you some of the issues that we're going to have to deal with here at this table, and also with the public, because there is a wide range of people that they felt that is a very special area. Similar to Riley's Hump, which is thought to be one of the real success stories in the Tortugas area. The Sand Key restricted spa use, and this goes in other areas where there's some restricted spa uses. The thought of creating a conservation area within those spas for possibly no use, where you can do some coral restoration work, similar to kind of what Ken was talking about. Was something that they were interested in. These large idle speed spa areas, something that needs to be discussed. There's a lot of discussion, not only in our user group, but amongst other people I spoke to about these multiple, couple of mile wide spas where you have a slow idle speed and 30 feet of water in Hawks Channel where there's no divers and there's nothing going on. What's the point of that? And I think that needs to be discussed as well. And overall, no anchor zones should be used to protect benthic resources. And they should allow all other user groups in there. Spas are restricting certain user groups while allowing other user groups to potentially abuse those areas with no limits. And if limited entry and use is needed, then it should be done through conservation areas that are truly protected from all human interactions, because many of those human interactions have been proven to be detrimental. And that's the comments that I got from my constituents. Thank you.
Joe?
Hi, I'm Shelley Kruger. I'm the alternate for the Research and Monitoring Seat. I'm also on the Water Quality Protection Program Steering Committee, and I'd encourage people from the public to reach out to me specifically for research and monitoring, and also to encourage you to give public comment because your voices really will be heard. Thank you.
I'm Jerry Lorenz, and I represent South Florida Ecosystem Restoration, so basically things that go on in the mainland that affect the sanctuary. I'm a marine ecologist. I've been working in the Upper Keys, focusing on Upper Keys for the past 30 years. But being a marine ecologist, the one thing I want to point out is when we have solid science, we should take advantage of. And it seems to me that when we're looking at the Dry Tortugas corridor, FWC has done some terrific studies on what the snappers moving back and forth from where they forage in Dry Tortugas National Park to where they spawn on Riley's Hump. And the science is there, is that that's what they do. And if they're doing it, there's a whole lot of other species doing that same thing. And so my big support here, because I'm not that familiar with the Lower Keys, is for that corridor to be protected. The science is there. The end result is that because of the way the loop current, Florida current, Gulf Stream move around that area and spin off gyres, that's going to be a source of larval fish for the entire chain of the sanctuary. So I find that area to be one of the most important things in the blueprint. There are other things in the blueprint. I also agree with Chris Berg. We've discussed this about having a 100-yard limit on all shorelines rather than just populated shorelines. Spending a lot of time in the shallows of Florida Bay, I see a lot of damage done to those habitats, and Everglades at National Park has just enforced very similar things. So I think it is vital that also be included. I want to let Elizabeth talk for a few seconds, and I'll try to keep it under my time.
Hi, Elizabeth Jolin with the South Florida, sitting in that South Florida Ecosystem Restoration position, and I have so much to say. Weeks and weeks worth of things to say. I'm not even a scientist, but I'm just going to keep it very, very short because this is a complicated conversation. And I'm hoping that one of the, we can talk about two things moving forward. One is the issue about how when we give up resources, we never get them back. So when we put rules around space and location, it's over. And I'd like to talk about that because I think that would help move the conversation forward. That might be a way to think about regulation within our community. That doesn't mean that once it's gone, it's gone. As in, once we put the rule down, we're never going to change that rule back. And then the other question I had is about the FWC position on this. There's a lot of conversation about enforcement of rules, and I'm a little confused about the FWC's position on their role in this. I'd like to get some more clarity about that moving forward. And I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on what you said, is that we don't always take things away. The Crocodile Sanctuary in Everglades National Park was closed for almost 40 years. And about 5 years ago, under that general manager plan, Joe Bay is now opened up to paddlecraft. You can go in there. And so the attitude that just because we protected this, or say in that case, protect the crocodile recovered, that area was opened back up. So that's an example that the sanctuary can follow.
I'm Diane Sylvia, the alternate for submerged cultural
and Corey Malcolm is a regular member. Over the course of this entire review process, there was never any notice to Dr. Corey Malcolm or I, or to the public that submerged cultural resource regulation changes were being made. As a result, there was no public comment on the subject. It has not been a fair process to any of our constituents. We have received detailed comments from Kathy about the proposed changes to the programmatic agreement, speaking for the SOS, Save Our Shipwrecks, and commercial salvage groups. They fear they're going to lose their ability to make a living. In response to this, Matthew Lawrence and Corey Malcolm have scheduled a meeting for Thursday at 1 o'clock at the Discovery Center. And they'll be discussing this from 1 o'clock to 5. So the public is invited to attend.
Thank you. Lisa?
My name is Lisa Mongelia. I sit on the tourism of the Upper Keys as an alternate. Andy Newman is the lead chair, and he's unable to be here today. Although what he would like to let people know is that we really want to listen and take into consideration your comments. So as the common thread that is going around the table, you need to have your voices heard. And not just heard, but in a constructive feedback way. We understand that there's 4 different alternatives. A lot of us have spent time on different working groups. I've dove in the Keys since the mid-70s. I moved down here about 5 years ago, and shortly thereafter came on board with the Sanctuary Advisory Council. I've been a dive instructor since the late 70s, and have seen what's happened to our reefs. I want to make sure that our reefs are there for my grandchildren, for me to certify and to be there for fishing and so forth, recreation. As a tourism, we want to make sure that not only are our locals happy, but also our tourists are happy, and that they come down here because this is the gem. People come from all over the world to see what's in our backyard, and this is not something that was just put together and kind of thrown in like a deck of 52 cards and let's pick what we want. There was a lot of effort, there was a lot of expertise that came to the table, but that doesn't mean that each one of us that came to the table had an experience that the public has had. So if you have ideas, bring them forward. We identified issues that were brought to our attention. We discussed them and brainstormed, came up with alternatives, but that doesn't say we're closed to these 4 alternatives. We have feedback and then put the puzzle together. Some of the pieces will come together very easy, and some of those are going to be on the outliers, and those are the ones that we're going to have to work with to either reshape and bring into the conversation or to rework it. So like any negotiation, everybody's going to go away with a piece of success, and everybody's going to go away feeling like something was adjusted that they're not happy with. So we understand that. We thank you for your feedback, constructive feedback, and for being here. Thank you.
Lisa, thank you. I think that's all of the members or the agencies over there now, except for me and Karen. Last but not least. Just a couple of general comments about oh, I'm sorry, Michelle. I miss you. Representing the County Commission.
No blue shirt.
I do my blue jacket here. Thank you. Michelle Coldiron. I do represent the Monroe County Board of County Commissioners, and we had Superintendent Bangman to our County Commission meeting. Thank you very much for attending our meeting, and she reviewed with us the concepts of the blueprint. There were some questions about the access of personal recreation boats to the 3 spas, and Superintendent Bangman acknowledged that there were some faulty language issues that need to be cleaned up. The commissioners at this point have decided to wait before we give our formal opinion on any specific alternative or area. We want more time for us to hear what our constituents have to say, as well as more time for everyone in the community to go onto the website, to do their research, and to weigh in appropriately. What we want right now is for these procedures to continue to be transparent like they have been. We encourage our constituents to continue to record their opinions through the NOAA website and/or in letter form to the superintendent. And that we hope that NOAA will not only listen to these opinions, but will also take these considerations in mind when they make their decisions. We are aware, we want you to be aware of any unintended consequences that might happen due to some of the areas that might be closed. And we just ask that you consider what you're hearing from the constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. I apologize, I missed you. I saw John, and I thought that was the end of it right there. I'll tell you what, I am really impressed with the comments that the advisory council has made. You've done your homework, you thought about this, you looked at the blueprint. It is a very complex document, and it takes a little bit of time and effort to go through it and really kind of glean out some of the key parts of it. I personally spent quite a bit of time with it, and hours, and there's a lot there. I would highly recommend, for those of you who want to really understand this document, is to really take a real close look at all the options before you run to the conclusion about what exactly is going on, because there's a lot of components here. From the boating industry side, I've had a couple of comments from people that mostly had to do with boater education. I want to say that I'm incredibly impressed with this document, that I think it's extremely well put together. It's very comprehensive. Once you really spend a little time with it, it becomes making more sense as far as where the options are, and then you start looking at the maps, they start linking together. And the map that we have up here on the screen now is this the one we can, interactive map. If you haven't done this, you need to go look at this map on the website, because it is very well done, and it gives you the perspective of what changes you do and how that affects that environment. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Karen. Karen runs the marina, so she's there day to day with people from the boating side of the industry. So pass it on.
Thank you. I guess when I first joined the advisory council, I came in much like many of you, don't touch anything, leave us alone and go away. But we have to remember that this is part of NOAA, this is federal, and there's a lot of people that think that this is not just our reef, this is just not our water, but this belongs to every American. So I think it's really nice that we have been invited to the table and that we actually have an advisory council. So more and more, again, I know you've heard it, but talk to us. We're supposed to be your voice and we want to represent you. I run a marina and a resort, actually 2 marinas. We have more boats in my yard. We look like Sanford and Son by the Sea that we can count. We're divers, we're paddle boarders, we have a large sailboat. My son-in-law's a charter captain. We all need to make a living here. And being able to sell boats and boat products and fuel and marina slips is how I make a living too. So I've had a lot of people come into my office and view, because the first time you go through this online by yourself, it's confusing. I think we've added some things. We put a compass on there so you can actually figure out where north is. But I think we're hung up on the maps and we're missing some other stuff. From a boating industry standpoint, there's a language in there about derelict vessels and how we're going to handle those. But we need some more definition on what becoming derelict actually means. I think most of my concerns are financial. How are we going to pay to enforce this? If we are going to have more mooring balls and less anchorage, how are we going to pay to redo? Because our mooring balls now are pretty old. And we're going to need larger mooring balls. Lots of people have been opposed to us saying no overnights on the mooring balls. But I don't know about you guys, I wouldn't want to stay the night out there on the reef. I don't think that's the safest place to be, and especially on the moorings the size that they are now. One of the things that I would like to have seen, and I would like to see as we go forward, we do have some amazing aerial photos where you can see areas that were horribly crops guard in 2011, and how it got a little bit better in 17, and it's even better today. So yes, I would think that we could actually at some point turn some areas back over to the public. But that also brings up that we're gonna have to rotate mooring fields, or we're just gonna centralize more degradation in that area. Originally, I thought extending the boundary lines into the Atlantic was silly, but when you hear the science behind that, and you realize that when they're referring to large vessels, they don't mean a 100-foot yacht that's coming to my marina. They're talking about container ships on their way to someplace in the Caribbean, or a cruise ship. And if one of those boats loses power right out there, the closest boat that could come down to pull them back or to keep their forward momentum off our reef is gonna come from Fort Lauderdale, and that could take 20 to 24 hours depending on sea. So yes, when I walked in thinking, don't change anything, leave us alone, the more you listen to the science, meeting after meeting after meeting, we simply can't ignore this. So I encourage everyone to come talk to one of us, go online, and if that's overwhelming, by all means, raise your hand and say, hey, explain this to me because I don't get it. But if we don't speak with intelligent voices, if we don't suggest what's going to work for us, it's going to happen to us. So I encourage everyone, read this, educate yourself, and make an intelligent, well thought out comment, or bring it to one of us so that we can bring it forward for you. Thanks.
Thank you, Karen. We moved through that time frame pretty rapidly. Some of you are a little more verbose than others, and but we did a very good job, and I compliment the advisory council for their input. I just what I'd like to do is kind of make you a little brief round robin about just exactly what you think, and you really got into this document. You know, do you have comments about the restoration blueprint itself, over and above what your comments about with your particular seat, and reflective to what you felt your impact was with what you read. But just as I said, from my perspective, I felt that the document was well put together. Once you really get in there and start looking at the sections to it, it starts coming together a lot better. And particularly the maps were very helpful. And again, that interactive map, I think, once you get there and start playing with that, it's really great. So with that, I'm just going to pass the mic back down to the group here. If you have any more comments about the blueprint itself, we welcome those. So, okay.
Well, again, it's been a very long process, 6 years in the making, and I think, again, we've heard around the table, it's been a very public process the entire time. All of the science that we received, it's online, presentations that we've got, there's just a wealth of information, and I'm very pleased with the document as it stands today. I think that we can make it even better.
I think that the document represents a tremendous amount of time on the part of a lot of people. It's hard when people come in who aren't aware. It may seem like they are, I mean, with the comments I heard initially were, they are trying to take, pardon? Oh, the comments that I heard initially were the government, they are trying to take it all away from us. And I think if you come in late to the process, you may not be aware of all the work that has gone into this. I was on the Ecosystem Protection Working Group, and I was part of some of the scoping meetings. Most people here have been through this process for a long time. There's a tremendous amount of work that's gone into this. That being said, they are opening, they're very open to the idea of if there is something in one part of a suggestion that you like, or you don't like something in another part, I have a trust that this process is fluid and open, and as I said when I spoke before, we need buy-in. We need people to want to do this, because as I said, my window of observing this degradation goes way back, and it breaks my heart that I don't think my grandson will see what I saw. I did once think that we could recover it that fast, but I think we can't just give up because we're in the condition we're in now. So we really encourage everyone to keep an open mind, communicate. If you're confused about things, please come to somebody. You've got representation of all the groups here, and everyone is sincerely volunteering their time to make the best of this process. So please do that, and don't be intimidated by it. It's a lot, but it can be broken down, and if each person will give us some constructive ideas, it'll be a win-win for everybody.
Stephen Patton, the alternate for Lower Keys. The document is phenomenal. The amount of information in there is tremendous. Don't only just look at the maps, but do a lot of reading. If you go back and read all the information that's supporting it, it'll take you forever, but I think it's well worth it. Also, looking at what the National Marine Sanctuary Act is. What is the responsibility of the Marine Sanctuary designated by Congress? So I think you should read that as well. It aligns why the organization is doing what the organization is doing.
David Makepeace, Upper Key Citizen Body Representative. I'm looking for two different kinds of comments. One is a more general one. I think it was spoken earlier, but I'd like, this type of comment is, for example, that idle zones in these large areas probably won't work, that they perhaps need to be changed to transit. Interesting enough, that sixth graders found that to be true as well. And then there are specific comments I'm looking for where a particular zone that is moved a mile east or a mile west or reconfigured in some way that it might open or keep an opportunity open while still serving. The bottom line is you gotta serve the reason for the zone, and if you can serve the reason for the zone and move the boundaries a little bit, I don't know anybody connected to this process that would be for that. So I would say when you craft your comments, I would encourage you to look at both. There are some comments that will fit the larger areas, but there's some specific ones we really need to hear.
Yeah, Kenny, Mark. When I was looking through the descriptions of a lot of these zones, some of them were a little off, and I think that I realized that we can't really tweak that now during the comment, but they're describing an area that is not. Maybe it's changed or it's just the wrong description. So I'd like to, I don't know, somehow we need to be cognizant that some of the descriptions are wrong. And then I actually agree with Richie on this. The stakeholders need to be a little bit more involved in drawing some of the polygons. We were in the very first sanctuary. I was out on the boat that day or one of those days, and it was helpful. Sometimes, like I think Dave just said, just moving the boundaries a little bit would make a difference. Sometimes squaring them up and making them more reasonable. Sometimes they're just really weird orientation of a polygon that doesn't seem to make any sense, and the OCD in me wants to tweak that and make it nice. But those are things that we can do during this whole process. I think there needs to be a more involvement of the stakeholders on some of these different areas and the boundaries and things like that. That's it.
I told her to say something.
My name is Tracy Allen. I'm a conservation and environment alternate. I live in the Upper Keys. I'm a dive charter captain and dive instructor. And I would like to say the topic of limited access areas, limiting access for fishermen, but not Blue Star operators. I support limiting access altogether because as hard as we try to educate and encourage our guests to be on their best behavior, sometimes those things are just out of our control. And even in the 4 years that I've been here in the Keys, I have seen areas that they're very clearly degraded from human impact. So I do think some of the best efforts are still not not doing what we need them to do, so maybe limiting access altogether to give some of these areas a chance to recover could be helpful. So that's my piece. Thank you.
CRISPR, Conservation and Environment, C202, again. So earlier when I was talking, I was describing Marine Zoning Works for Me position, or current position that will evolve as it goes on. So I'll take this opportunity to just say a couple of things that we haven't talked about with that group, and I haven't talked about with the Nature Conservancy, my employer. So this is CRISPR citizen. But so a couple of things that were considered and rejected in the plan I found very unfortunate. So the mandatory voter education was one. If they can do it in Everglades National Park, we can do it here. As a young voter, I did a lot of really stupid things that were really bad for the environment and could have killed me or somebody else. And would education have helped? I hope so. I mean, we make people get a driver's license, we make people do hunter education before they can hunt and so forth and so on. I think that would make a big difference. I know it would be difficult. I think we should do it. User fees. So the National Sanctuary Program, as I understand it, can have user fees, but chose not to consider it in this case. All this stuff that we're talking about, everybody wants better education and outreach. Everybody wants more law enforcement officers. Everybody wants more mooring buoys, and on and on and on. All that stuff costs money. I have some rough idea of how much money Congress appropriates to the National Marine Sanctuary Program every year, and how much this sanctuary gets. It's not enough. And we're saying we need to do more, and it's going to cost more. So I pulled out my wallet here, my receipt for the user fee that I pay every year. I bet all of you, or many of you, have one as well. This is a Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission fishing license with a lobster diving endorsement on it. Every year I buy that, I didn't even think twice about it, and that money gets used for law enforcement, outreach and education, signage, research, you name it. It gets used for good stuff that we all care about, I believe, stuff that we all say we care about. I would personally be happy to have another $5, $10, whatever the right amount is, that I pay every year next to my lobster endorsement or my snook endorsement, and have that go into the sanctuary's management. And as far as I'm concerned, the Fish and Wildlife Commission can spend it, but just coordinate with the sanctuary. It doesn't matter to me who gets it, who spends it, but we need more money to do the right things. Thank you.
Carolyn Bachman, Conservation and Environment Alternate. So Chris really gave a lot of the specific issues that we are concerned about, like see, including protecting large and contiguous areas. And I just wanted to echo something that Karen said earlier, the fact that this is a national marine sanctuary. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't. And so while the marine is super important to the local Keys community and the economy, this area also has national significance, and I think that we need to take that into consideration when making these decisions. The fact that we're not only looking at what's best for the Keys, but also for the country as a whole, and not only now, but for future generations, and considering long-term sustainability is super important. So I would encourage just decision makers throughout this process to ensure that you're coordinating as well with other agencies in nearby protected areas like our national parks. And so clearly, Arcatugas National Park is going to involve this coordination looking at Everglades, but also the same national park, just to make sure that we're coordinating the management and protection of where we tract as a whole. Also, support for sure a mandatory voter education program. I think the voluntary voter education program is going to really pilot test, and it sounds like there's a lot of support for making that mandatory and trying to figure out how to implement that system in the sanctuary. Finally, we've heard, of course, a lot about water quality today, and understanding that a lot of those decisions are outside the purview of the sanctuary, but I would just very strongly encourage NOAA and the sanctuary to get more involved in the Everglades restoration process. There are things that you can do as a federal agency to help move that process along, and by weighing in about the importance of water quality to the Keys, that's really important and could be really impactful. But I do also want to recognize all the work that you have been doing to gather feedback from stakeholders and to make sure to engage the community, let them know this process is coming. So of course, this is controversial, but we really do appreciate all the work that you've done to provide the public with opportunities to provide input.
What was her name? I couldn't hear it.
Caroline McLaughlin.
Are you Whatever happened to the $1.8 billion CERP plan?
We're gonna move on, Joe, the council speaking at this time, you don't have a public comment. Sorry.
I don't know what happened to it.
I thought it was just 8 minutes.
I'm Joe Weatherby. I am the diving representative from the Lower Keys. And I would say, you know, echoing some of the commentary from the stakeholder groups, I think, you know, we're calling them comments, but I think what it really is expertise is what we're looking for. As part of the process, everybody who's in and around these issues providing input as to whatever your lane is, whatever your expertise is, informs this process and makes it a more livable and more realistic way to go through life. I think also, as you know, I'm speaking generally today, but and again, I think I offer this for consideration. But you know, one of the issues that we face as a Monroe County, maybe we should call it, or the whole sanctuary, is that we are currently managing a limited resource in an unlimited way. 3 million people could retire next week and move down here and open snorkel boats. And there's I don't know what the limits are, but you know, I've seen it work in commercial. I've been involved in commercial fishing, and to the extent possible, it may be that commercial fishing, diving, snorkeling, charter boat fishing, flats fishing, deep water fishing, it might be that we consider and discuss some type of limited entry on that basis, as opposed to a Blue Star group coming in and make the purchase if you want to open a charter boat fishing operation out of Key West. You purchase one from an existing license holder. This makes it so that a dive boat can sell their license to run X divers and access X places, has a market value to it, like a piece of real estate, other than an off-the-shelf license to operate. I think that as the baby boomers retire, and as we look to whatever Will was saying, 65% increase, you know, how do we, you know, it's not only a good conservation tactic, but from a dive boat perspective, you're not going to get washed out to where you're charging $8 a ticket, or where some new guy's coming in and bouncing off the coral reef. And I think the marketplace controlling some access to some of these resources might work for the environment and the operators and the residents of the Keys. So, you know, I'm not saying I'm married to any of that, but I think that limited entry, there's another way to look at that, and that might be a good topic for consideration. I see this as somewhat of an experimental process, and maybe that's an experiment we already talked about.
We have about 15 minutes, so I'm going to ask the remaining. Joe took everybody else. So just be brief.
I'm Elena Rodriguez with Upper Keys Diving. There's a couple of comments I want to add. For those who are not completely aware how long and involved it was to pull this plan together, all of that information is on the website. All of those meetings were taped, and you can click on those and watch them and listen to all the scientific information that the SAC absorbed in order to help pull these working groups together. All of the public commentary meetings that were held for these working groups to put their recommendations in place. And then it took years to actually write this plan, put it on the website in such an interactive manner. That is an amazing feat of technology that anybody can go up there and play with it and expand and move it and click on this option and delete that option. So I recommend to everyone to please take your time, read through it, go on the map. It's a lot of information. You can be overwhelmed very quickly. Look at it for a little while, step away, come back
day, look at it again with a different perspective after you've listened to someone else's point of view. The other thing I want to say is the majority, so much of our economy is based on tourism here, and our competitors are not each other. It's other areas of the globe that have done much more to preserve their ecologies, such as Cozumel, Bonaire, and the Caribbean islands, and other places across the globe. And they have closed, contiguous areas of preservation. They have put impact fees or user fees for all fishing and diving and snorkeling and land-based operations and so on that have helped pay for those conservation areas. And frankly, we're kind of lagging behind that global community. And we need to step up to the plate if we want to stay competitive in terms of attracting tourism and tourism dollars to our community. That was my final comment, and I'll pass it on.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dan Austin, the diving overseas alternate. To keep things moving along, I pretty much don't want to reiterate what everybody else has been saying. Fully wholeheartedly, we did plan and work together a lot on this. So I'm just going to have to pass it along. Everybody else has been saying what I want to say.
Will Benson, Charter Fishing Flats Guide. I first off just want to say, thank you again for the hard work that you guys have done. It's been a very long process. The document is quite exhaustive and thorough. I haven't made it all the way through, but hopefully by the end of it I will. And I just want to commend the map and the interfacing has worked really well. Other things perhaps not so well on the rollout, but we're here, we're moving forward. And in that regard, I wanted to say to the people that are looking forward to making comments on the registry, I found that, I guess it's registration.gov, there's some really great helpful comment, ways that you can make pinpoint comments, instead of just broad overreaching comments of like, please go away sanctuary, but, what are the actual issues that you're talking about? And I would employ everybody to take a look at that and help make your comments more useful. To that extent, I want to say that, I try to do a good job of bringing to the voices of some 86 small businesses in the Charter Flats Guide world here to the table. And everybody can go online now, either at lkga.org or on the comment section, and take a look at some of the things that we have submitted. We did so in a very democratic and very open process within our group. It began actually several years ago by adopting an etiquette, a series of etiquette protocols that we all agreed to live by as Flats Guides. Those etiquettes then drove some of the decision making, understanding that basically we had a toolbox to choose from with marine zoning. So we, thought creatively about that. We, emphasized our need for access, but also the need to recognize the need for habitat restoration and protection. So we looked at kind of behavioral modifications, and that you'll see lots of idle speed zones. Those are flats that are shallow water, that's sensitive habitat. I don't want to keep anybody who wants to go into those areas to see the beautiful wildlife, to try to catch the fish, to go diving. I think that's all very important, but I witness every single day impacts to that habitat. And I think that within there's some really great work that can be done with zoning to provide additional levels of protection to that habitat. And I just invite everybody to go online and see what we commented on and what we proposed, and to understand that that comes to a very democratic process, that we all voted on each one of those items, and that we stand ready as experts in our field to work this issue all the way through. But at the same time, that given the toolbox and what we're considering with the alternatives, again, my comments earlier, I think we really do need to pay much bigger attention to some of the things that exist outside of our sanctuary. These are incredibly powerful forces that we need to do something about today. We wouldn't be here 30 years, of Everglades mismanagement, no restoration, poor water quality. That's why we're here today. And I'm worried that there are other threats, such as what we are beginning to experience with the Sargasso floats, some of the things that I've heard about with regional players securing, exclusive fishing rights in countries such as Cuba, Hispaniola, Nicaragua, Honduras, Honduras, Brazil. We are the recipients of that larvae. And I think that we need to use all the power of this agency and the federal government to start beginning to look at other places that we share a larger ecosystem with. Because if those areas get fished out and they're declining, we are going to suffer. So I think that while zoning and the micromanagement is important, we must also at the same time use every resource of this agency to begin to apply pressure to bring international scientists, fishermen, and stakeholders together and put together a summit where we can actually start having real treaties and things talked about that are going to impact this sanctuary in the next 20 years before the next DEIS process. So I just want to make sure that we're actively engaging and looking at these things before we start to experience some of the results and some of the degradation that may follow. Thank you.
I'll be quick, Bruce. Thank you for the opportunity because I actually forgot to point out a couple things. One for us, fishermen fishing offshore on the reefs. Not only are we not allowed to fish on many of the reefs, the ones that we are allowed to fish on, divers are also allowed to dive there. And one thing that happens all the time when, for instance, I'm fishing 9-foot shoal, and here comes a dive boat, grab a mooring buoy, 30, 40 people drop in the water, and all of a sudden I'm not there anymore. I need to move or run over divers. So we're kind of getting an unfair treatment out there. I think that we should have a reef for our own fishing and not diving. Why hasn't that happened since 1997? Nothing has changed for us, but now here we are and we're about to lose more. And I think the absurdity of fishermen's dilemma is not only unfair, but it's frustrating to no end. I look at the map as a beginning, not a final option. With that in mind, I believe that we need to get delegates from each working group. Like, for instance, people that fish off Western Dry Rocks, there should be 5 or 6 fishermen from Western Dry Rocks come sit at the table with you, work things out. For divers and for every user group, we need to work out the maps with the groups that use them, rather than having 1 or 2 fishermen on a working group that draws a map out. That's just, it doesn't make sense if that fisherman fishes in Tortugas and he's making a rule for me off Western Dry Rocks. And just 2 quick questions, and then I'm not sure if you can answer them, but we will have to address them at another time if not. What will be the process going forward with this advisory council? Will we be voting on each proposal or not voting at all? Next question is, whether the Sanctuary Act allows fishery management or not, I'm not sure, but under the Magnuson-Stevenson's Management Act, that is exclusive to them. Why are we involved in fishery management? Our recreational and commercial fishermen are working with the fishery management councils. Are we telling the management councils they are not doing their jobs well enough? That's it for me.
Ben Autry, Marine Commercial Fisherman again. I just want to kind of go back to how this whole thing started, and it started with a conditions report that came out in 09 or 11, I can't remember exactly when, but I don't think very many of us at this table needed to see that conditions report, and I doubt very many of you in this room needed to see that conditions report. I don't think there's really anybody here that can say overall that our environment is in better shape than it was 10, 20, 30 years ago when I was a kid. When, coral coverage on our reef was at 20, 30%, and now it's below 6%, somewhere around 2 or 3%. There's a lot of outside factors that maybe we can't control for. We talk about water quality being one of those and stuff that's coming out of the Everglades, and sure, we should do something about it. And we should continue to try to
to change those things that are outside of our control. But enforcement and education is always at the top of everybody's list, and damn it, those things cost money. I think, dancing around that idea is ridiculous, and if I have to make a living in the Florida Keys and I have to pay a little extra to do that, and if I have to pay a little extra to recreate here, just like I do in state waters to catch lobsters and to go fishing, I don't see why that's even a big deal. And I think there's some really good ideas in that, and I think that anybody that can sit here and say, I want all of these things and I want them to be nicer, but I don't want to have to pay for it, it's bullshit is what it is. That's what we need to understand and agree that we're going to do that. We have to look now at active restoration. I mean, when we're at 2% coverage, a lot of these squirrels, they're not even close enough to possibly spawn. If we don't do something, if we sit here and say that status quo is what it is, we're going to see the same trends that we've seen for the last 30 years. And we can't lose another 25% coral because we don't even have that. We have 2%, 3% left. And we've got to do something. And what we do may or may not work 100%. Some of it will and some of it won't. But if we do nothing, my 7-year-old kid is going to see shit. And I'm not going to have that happen.
Hey, Shelley, there's more people that I just want to try and get a perspective here. I'm going to try and give everybody a chance. If you could please be brief. We're going to delay our break, and then we'll maintain coming back here at 3:30. And as soon as we break, then we'll be able to allow everybody to sign up to make public comment. So just hang tight. We're going to finish this up. Thank you.
Shelley Kruger, the alternate for the research and monitoring seat, and the document is called the Restoration Blueprint. And especially in light of stony coral tissue loss disease and poor water quality, I would like to also echo what you said. Likewise, there needs to be more funding for these things in order to protect the coral reefs.
I agree that we have to pay for this. Jerry Lorenz, South Florida Ecosystem Restoration. I do want to point out again, this is the 100th time I said this, but prior to starting this process of rezoning or whatever you want to call it, the general management plan, we did do a lot of work and tried to apply pressure for ecosystem restoration, for Everglades restoration. And I think that the council and the sanctuary have to get back to doing that. But that said, we can't stop there. This blueprint says something about what we can do right in the sanctuary, and I think it's critical that we act on that. I believe there are things in this plan that will have positive consequences. And I encourage everybody to not just listen to everybody around you, but to actually sit down and look at the maps, the documents. Don't just listen to the guy at the bar stool next to you. Take a look at this. It's really good.
So I think we're going to wrap up pretty quick. Is there anybody after me? Okay. Lisa Mangilia, Tourism Upper Keys alternate. And from what I've heard from our stakeholders up in the Upper Keys, that they actually like the continuous habitat idea. In the Lower Keys, it seemed like that the place that was chosen is a little bit more a hot topic down there. So if the stakeholders in the region could come up with an alternative area to be able to do the continuous habitat, maybe just moving the boundaries might satisfy the community more. But again, that's part of the online feedback. So please look into that as well. It's an option.
Thank you. Again, it's Michelle Coulter representing the county commissioners, and I will just reiterate what I said earlier. What was most important to us right now is just to make sure this procedure continues with transparency and to make sure that the voices of our constituents are heard, and that not only are they heard, but you put weight into what our constituents here are saying. You know, for us, I think what we're really worried about is any of these these unintended consequences that we didn't realize, as far as cleaning up the language of who can and who cannot have access, of making sure that some of these new no fishing zones aren't hurting the fishermen, who that's where they get bait from voter education, loss of access to snipes and marvin, and more support for our fish and wildlife service operators and voter education. So again, the county commissioners truly want everyone to take the time to do their research on the blueprint and then to weigh in on the sites that you have provided, as well as if they feel something's important and they want to bring it to us, to please do that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. All right, we're going to take a break now. We will reconvene at 3:30. There is desks outside and people out there for you to sign up for your public comment. And we will start right back here probably at 3:30. Everybody, public comment, you have 3 minutes. And then you're going to start getting the book. No book. This is timer. We ask you to be brief with your comments and respectful of the people that are behind you waiting to speak. Because we have quite a few people. We've got 26 people and an hour and a half to get up here and have them an opportunity to talk. So, we're going to bring you up to the front up here in order. John Bartis, the mayor of Marathon, is over there leading off. So the next person up, and then you get beside John. And if you guys will get up here with your name is up. That way we can move this process forward. All right, as everybody's getting settled here, Beth's going to kind of give a recap of, there are 2 other ways to provide public comment. One is to write directly to Sarah here at the Key West office. The second way is to go onto the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary website, and you can make comments through there through the regulatory process. So you have multiple ways to add comments to your comment, your verbal comments here today. If you want to put more detail, you can also upload documents. You can do a lot more flexibility, as Will was talking about earlier when you go into the comment section. So I'm going to turn this over to Beth real quick to kind of give us a recap of some of the comments we're getting today.
So good afternoon. Just wanted to give a quick highlight of some of the comments we've been receiving. And these are those comments that are posted at regulations.gov. Generally, comments are posted within a week. There is a little bit of delay. They have to be moderated to make sure no private or proprietary information, inappropriate language, but they are posted, trying to do that at least twice a week, so you may not see your comment immediately posted, but they are posted. We are taking comments through January 31st, and Bruce just went through the different ways you can make comment, both oral and then written. We will be posting the written comments that we received at all of the informational sessions. Those are not yet posted, but they will be posted in batches for each of those meetings as well. The oral comments that we received today will be posted as a batch for this meeting and what we heard today. Same thing for the upcoming oral public comment meetings. So, very high level. We've received 260 comments to regulations.gov to date. High-level general input has been ranged from leave it status quo, however, recognizing a need for greater education, enforcement, and actions to address water quality. There have also been a range of comments in support of taking action. Some have noted that alternative 4 is not enough, also noting that there is not enough restoration reflected in the proposal. Specific topics, and I'm highlighting these. We've received a higher number of comments related to these issues, specific to public access and not closing popular sandbar recreation areas, no further restrictions on fishing activities, carrying capacity and the concept of limited entry. Some comments in support of that, however, a lot of comment not in support of the Blue Star only operator access. Some recommendations were provided about how that issue could be addressed. individual Blue Star programs, better education, limiting and or rotating mooring buoys, and the like, restricting anchoring, comments in support of anchoring restrictions to protect the habitat, the no anchoring in Key Largo too large of an area, so a lot of comments about that. And then many comments specific to individual marine zones for what individuals liked about them, how to refine them. So a whole range of comments, some more general, some more specific. And you can go on yourself and read all of those comments that are posted and see what's coming in through that public process. I did also want to note that through this process, we are required to consult with the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council and the Gulf of Mexico Fishery Management Council. Staff have been briefing their various scientific and statistical committees as well as their advisory panels in preparation for October 21st Gulf of Mexico Fishery Management Council and the December South Atlantic Fishery Management Council. We are also required and are consulting with our state agencies, our co-management state partners, and our own agency and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on Endangered Species Act, as well as essential fish habitat. So all of that, the public comment and all of those various agency consultations are part of the public record and part of what we are using to inform this process.
Thank you, Beth. With that, no delay here, John Morris.
There we go. Thank you, Bruce, and welcome back from the Great American West. Good to see you, and Superintendent Fangman, and a lot of people I know and consider friends here on this board. My name is John Morris. I'm the mayor of the city of Marathon. If I take my entire 3 minutes, please drag me out, because this is really simple. Our city council passed a resolution, and with all the whereas clauses that would take longer than 3 minutes to read, the language that we wanted to make sure the sanctuary council heard was alternative recommendation language associated with section 3.3.3, pages 50 to 51 of the BEIS concerning limiting entry to the 3 SPAs, specifically Cary, Sport, Sombrero, and Sand Key, should be clarified to ensure the general public shall not be prohibited from entry into those areas. That's the sum of our resolution. I have a print copy with you here. We're going to be transmitting it to you in other ways as well. But that's it. And I yield the rest of my 2 minutes. You're getting out of here early.
All right. Thank you, John. Douglas? Douglas Gossage? Thank you, Douglas.
Okay. My name is Douglas Gossage. I'm a business professional and the managing member of the Florida corporation known as Marine Environmental Research Services. In the past 13 years, I've been a willing and qualified obedient Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary survey and inventory of historical resources permit holder under the existing programmatic agreement, which has language that allows for public and private involvement in cultural heritage matters. I have made tremendous personal sacrifices of time, effort, expertise, and private money, that's financial contribution, at the expense of my family, that's my wife and children, in pursuit of bringing to light the secrets hidden below the state and sanctuary waters of the Keys. All of my efforts were performed with the desire to feed the public's insatiable interest in learning and discovering, such as the state of Florida's historic role in the early expansion of European dynasties. My work is being performed under the document known as the Programmatic Agreement among the National Oceanographic Association and so forth. This management plan is included as part of the bigger draft environmental impact statement, and that's a problem. The story of the Spanish treasure fleets is real and present along the Florida Keys, as well as the story of Henry Flagler and his East Coast Railroad project, which is the reason all people living, visiting, and doing business in the Keys enjoy the joint land masses we travel with vehicles on today in these Keys. Some people in the Keys know these two historic stories, but few outside the Keys know anything of them. That is a shame and evidence of a failure on the part of the state of Florida Division of Historical Resources, which is led and allowed to be operated, and I'll leave that out as under the Florida Department of State, NOAA and the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation seem to be content in aligning itself with this Division of Historical Resources within the State Department. I have great respect for the Office of the Governor and the Florida Secretary of State, but hold a probable, very naive hope that these offices will take notice of and investigate what appears to be a culture of abuse and discrimination within the Department of Historical Resources, which denies us, the public, our right to discover and know our Florida history. The fact that the draft environmental impact statement holds buried within its bowels its proposed draft management plan, the severely massacred programmatic agreement for cultural historical resource management, which in the past allowed, at least on paper, private dedicated persons and groups like my own the opportunity to search for, locate, report, and even after following professionally accepted protocols through a series of permanent steps and professional marine archaeologist supervision, recover, preserve, and serve and see to the proper curation of objects rescued from the caustic environment of the ocean. All of this to the benefit of the majority non-diving public and socioeconomic benefit of the local economy, mainly through museums. I'd like to quote this excerpt from Cultural Heritage Manager, professional, protege, academic of the past director of the current ruling Florida Division of Historical Resources. She has a paper called Creating a Shipwreck Trail, documenting the 1733 Spanish fleet wrecks. Under her subject on public interpretation, Jennifer McKinnon writes, for the benefit of her peers, the greatest advantage of interpreting and promoting these shipwrecks are education and protection. By educating the public, we promote protection of these cultural heritage sites. Here's a kicker. Perhaps educating may be an incorrect term for what this project hopes to achieve, and re-education may be a better term for the process. Re-educating the public allows them to understand what the 1730 fleet was and is, a convoy of ships traveling from Havana to Spain loaded with raw and finished materials, and not a treasure fleet loaded to the gunwales with precious gold and silver and jewelry. That is absurd. Re-educate us with their narrative is what she's saying. I've got a lot more, but my time's up.
Thank you, sir. I'm Stafford.
Yeah, I'm Simon Stafford. I'm a commercial track fisherman out of Stock Island. I'd just like to address you on the Western Sandwell Ecological Reserve. My boat and tracks are all on the west side of the reserve. I live just on the east side of the reserve, so I've been there like 45 years or something, so I know that area pretty well. We've managed to work all around the reserve, and I would be in favour of extending it out past the gully to the outer bar and out to 90 feet. It might just give you a whole range for the lobsters to have a free range. So as long as they don't want to leave the reserve, they'll be able to they could live their whole lifetime in there if they wanted to. A few points on the idle zone. I think it's a pretty bad. I think the idle zone should just be placed on the top of the reef. Maybe if you want to increase the number of mooring buoys, and you can have a no anchoring as well, right on the top of the reef. But for the bulk of it would be a big inconvenience, a big setback for me. Inshore, maybe 300 feet from the shore could be an idle zone, but I would be impacted again with my small boat in the shallow water. If you made it like a half mile out to the edge of the corals, it would be an inconvenience. The area, the transit, the migration zone up the Tortugas, I think is a very bad idea. I don't think there's very many people actually fish there. The only people who fish there are trappers, and I don't think they're really a threat to the mountain snapper population. I'd like to finally end up with I mentioned in my online comments about shrimp trawling. Shrimp trawling is allowed in the sanctuary and it is it's a big conflict. I mean, number one, the trawls do impact the bottom to some degree, but they also impact track fishermen to a large degree, basically making big areas unfishable to track fishermen, lobster fishing particularly, west of Newgrounds, north and south of Rebecca Shoal. If shrimp trawling could be prohibited in the sanctuary, they still have vast areas of the Gulf of Mexico to go at. More areas would be opened up to lobster fishermen that might help mitigate some of these closures you're looking at. I think would go a long way to sort of bringing down the temperature of the algae. Thank you.
Thank you. President NOAA. This timer will be a little deep, but it's pretty quiet. So.
Okay, thank you. As a local fishing guide and Keys resident, I want to start off by saying these new proposals are not based on science or data. Closing areas are not the answers to sustainable fisheries or wildlife management. Size limits and bag limits made by state and federal agencies are the way to conserve our resources. Birds are not being disturbed by quiet four-stroke motors. Mangrove islands are not being walked through by anyone as we all go to the sandbars. Passing skiffs are not throwing bigger weights than 20-plus knot winds, which pound the islands the majority of the time. These new proposals will affect a lot of guides, commercial fishermen, and eco-tour businesses. For example, catching bait in these areas is crucial. Bully netters won't be able to access spots to catch lobster, and eco-tour boats will be restricted to entering specific historical areas. In the interest of being helpful, I would like to suggest a more proactive approach to what you have named the restoration plan. Actively mark channels in the backcountry to avoid human impact on turtle grass. Create programs to encourage responsible creation of artificial reefs. These reefs have proven to increase habitat and influence larger populations of fish. They also happen to be more attractive to fishermen than traditional reef bottom. If funding is the issue, let us help you. Install more moorings on natural reef areas. Clean up derelict vessels all over our inshore waterways. Implement restoration and cleaning procedures for the areas that do not look like Snipes or Marvin. They happen to be the cleanest islands around because of the people that use those areas. We are the biggest conservationists as locals who care about our environment. We self-regulate to conserve our fisheries. I mean, this is how most of us make our living. Why would we want to destroy it? Spending nearly 250 days on the water annually, I personally see what's going on firsthand. We need to pay attention to water quality. Sticking signs in the ground isn't going to help water quality. Let's maybe pay more attention to the chemicals like Roundup and pesticides that are entering our waters. All of the old idle zones and no motor zones were not enforced for decades, and the birds are still there thriving and nesting. Obviously, the signs didn't change a thing. We do not need to close more areas that will never be reopened for our future generations. There has been a lot of discussion on some local guides misrepresenting the majority of charter guides and commercial fishing and commercial fishermen as well. As an overall consensus, we are not for these closures. This will be a devastating impact to our local economy. Thank you.
I think most of us will agree that spawning fish deserve some level of protection. It just seems to be the level of protection that we have a disagreement on. In 1668, Isaac Walton wrote a big angler about the need to protect spawning fish. Prior to that, the ancient Hawaiians had taboos against catching fish when they spawn. Some of those taboos are punishable like that. I've got a couple of papers on that. So here we are, 351 years after Isaac Walton and many more years after the ancient Hawaiians in the National Marine Sanctuary, we're still arguing about whether or not we should protect spawning fish. And I realize it's not possible or practical to protect every spawning you did that, you have to protect every square meter of reef. There's something spawning on that reef somewhere year round. You might be bicolor animals and yellowtails, but something's spawning everywhere in the reef year round. But if you look at certain areas where multiple species spawn, like in western dry rocks spawn, you give those special protection. I think then you protect the whole suite of reef fish. Western black grouper spawn, muttons, permit, gray snapper, angelfish, surgeonfish, hogfish, and a lot of other fish are all right there. And like probably some. And I know some of these fish spawn in other places, but right, you've got them all right there at western dry rocks. Some of them don't form aggregations like hogfish, or heron, but they still spawn there. And there's some species like black grouper that seem to spawn year round. But the peak in December and March, at least they found the right female year round. But I really think any reserve, if you do go in that direction, should have year-round protection from all fishing and not make any special exceptions like trolling. And I'm not even sure how that got in there, but there was a NOAA sponsored study that Andy David gave a talk at a GCFI meeting that talks about trolling in reserves and pretty much says it's not a really good idea. I've got that paper too. I like all these in the public record. No one really needs a success story. Western dry rock to be one. So far, all I've really seen, the only success story you should have here is Raleigh's Home. There's not much else that's been successful. The reefs out there, the water's green. There's way too many people here. But despite all the problems with water quality, fish still aggregate in these areas of spawn. So I think, if you set aside certain areas, small areas, it could be a success story. I was a little bit disappointed going through that blueprint. I didn't really see anything on water quality or the number of people. Until you get a handle on water quality and the number of people on keys, a lot of these other things is just going to give the appearance of doing something. Flood closing places in the back country and coral restoration, fish corridors. Until you improve the water quality and get a handle on the people, it's going to be about like shuffling the deck chairs of the Titanic. Looks like you're doing something when the ship's still going down and the reef's still going down. Thank you.
Back when I was a fisherman, I always say, hire the shortest guy that makes the fish look bigger than the pictures. I'm trying to do this quick. It's hard for me. I used to do a radio show and I could talk for hours. I'll put on two hats, the fishing hat first. We need to have some pretty straightforward discussions here. I know that last comment from Chris Mendel, I know who he is, was directed more at Will Benson. What I don't think you guys understand sometimes is your real enemy is a guy named Roy Crabtree. Roy Crabtree does not want fishing in the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. Will Benson just through his own effort with that Blue Star idea, and that name is what turns people on. Has at least gotten Roy Crabtree to recognize some fishing here in the Florida Keys. So before you hang him in effigy, at least talk to him and give him a chance to give you his side, okay? I know Chris Mendola, he's a great fisherman. I've watched him, and I get what he's saying, and my heart is more with that. But that's not the enemy. Now, I fished here for 32 years. I was pretty proud of it, and I want you to think of this number. I put in over 30,000 hours just on the west side of the Marquesas, where you now want to kind of close off. There is no place that shouldn't allow idle speed. That's how I fish there. I fly fish for sharks. I love the sharks. I would idle in. I saw turtles. We all see turtles. But if you're going to have real and honest discussions, what we need to discuss is in my life I struck 2 turtles, killed them both. It was sad. I've rescued over 30 to 40 turtles. The one thing they had in common, they were all caught up in polypro rope around lobster traps. I don't want to stop any lobster fishermen. They're very important to what we do here. I like eating them. I know a lot of those guys. Can we have less polypro rope? I don't know the answer to that one. You want more turtles? Catch the wild ones. 90% mortality when they're born. 90% success ratio to becoming adults if you raise them till their shells are 12 inches, but we don't want to really have that discussion. Blue Star. Get rid of that name. It turns people off. It sounds elitist. It has people that are paying the sanctuary money, and it looks disingenuous, whether it is or not, that want to be the Blue Star. They're the same people who love monopolies. How about the sanctuary people putting together committees to go out on the bigger tour boats, of which I'm now one, I carry 40 passengers, and get Gold Star, Silver Star, and Green Star if you don't like it. Do something like that, make those people adhere. Just the mere fact they say they educate people doesn't mean they really educate people. So let's see what's really going on with those boats. Thank you.
I speak for the Cudjoe Gardens Property Owners Association, located at mile marker 21, about 300 homes, and we use the water. We pride ourselves on being good neighbors to the sanctuary and knowledgeable and courteous users of it. We've spent countless hours and money to help protect it. We've converted canals to flow through, installed channel markers, and most recently we joined others in this room to go to court to get deep well injection for wastewater at Cudjoe Regional. When I heard dams in Mount John Memoria close on water quality and population, there's over 3 million gallons per day permitted wastewater with its nutrients, remaining nutrients, and pharmaceuticals that are still being disposed of in shallow wells. You've got a water quality protection program, but I have not found them to be advocates for cleaning up this last bit of our wastewater system. Back to the text. Today, it's about general principles. We'll file comments about specifics. What we support. First of all, we urge you to increase enforcement like everyone, and we encourage you to educate new voters on the keys, how to avoid damage. We heard from the TVC representative, the percentage of groundings by new voters. Those of us who are out there see it all the time. Rental votes and the increase of new votes since the recession. We support restrictions that restore or prevent further decline of the resources of this special place. On the other hand, we oppose restrictions that are overly drawn, excessive, or simply benefit one class of users at the expense of others. We also oppose restrictions justified by the Keys economy. Yes, an indirect benefit of the sanctuary designation is to protect the natural resources that do support some aspects of our tourist-based economy, but nowhere does Congress name protecting the economy as a purpose in sanctuary legislation, and hence there is no regulatory authority to do so. If you're going to impose new restrictions, there should be good environmental data that we can all understand. For example, 1,600 acres to be closed around Barracuda Keys. That's in our backyard. I recreate there. I know lots of people who do kayaks, diving, but we need to drive out to it. It says that those are going to be closed because of resting shorebirds. I look in the condition report. It says seabird population remains stable. Why do we have to close it off for them? Then another reason you're closing it, we propose to close it, is to protect the conflict with fox fishermen. Well, although the sanctuary has authority to indirectly pick one set of users over another when it designs restrictions to protect the resource, it does not have authority to pick winners and losers among those who have similar impact. If there is authority to give a particular class of users exclusive rights to some area, please just show it to me. So the 1,600 acres to be closed to Barracuda Keys are to be closed to motorized boats, but not according to the chart in the blueprint to fishing. I'm told that some commercial flat fishers expect to avoid the prohibition by using an electric trolling motor. Is that true? Or are they barred also? Third, the detail says maintain use of channels. Well, how does that compute with closed motors? This is an example of an overdrawn boundary and might solve a lot of problems for some of my members had that been more accurately drawn, or tell us what you're going to do. But to close, remember, when imposing rules, less is more. The more you add regulations that don't make sense to the users, the more you undermine compliance with all the rules. Thank you.
address a couple of things about the process here while we're still early on in it. From the very beginning, we had asked sanctuary officials to adjust public comment periods to better suit the user groups that would be involved here. Oddly enough, here we are with one of the broadest areas that would be addressed here. It's the opening day of the commercial stone crab season, so don't be surprised if there are a lot of commercial fishermen here. Also, we'd like to request now that we see some of these briefing materials and so forth in Spanish as well. Better than 51% of the commercial fishermen in Key West and the Marathon areas are Hispanic. Also, I don't see any provisions for public comment in Spanish, and I do know that I've been approached by several people tonight. We're going to have some Spanish-speaking fishermen here. We have some of the members of our association that have volunteered to interpret. If you would allow that, it would be greatly appreciated. We'd also like to see if you could maybe schedule an oral Hispanic and Spanish-speaking public comment period. You've got a 585-page draft environmental impact statement, and essentially it's very limited in how it addresses the big three in the front of all afternoon: water quality, education, and law enforcement. It seems the goal is to restrict or eliminate access to numerous areas because you can do that for free instead of working hard and recruiting some money to address those big three issues. We all know that the best way to protect spawning aggregations is through size and bag limits, as was mentioned, or by closed seasons, not closed areas. In 2014, working with the South Atlantic Council's Spawning Lobster Amendment 11, we developed 60 coral protection sites throughout the sanctuary here. The sanctuary vowed that they would match it and make those coral protection sites closed to recreational harvesters as well. Nothing has ever happened there. There isn't a single buoy on those areas. We need help there. They're already well identified and they're outstanding coral locations. We're seeing widespread opposition. I was just at the Fish and Wildlife Commission meeting there, and they're concerned as well. Once you close areas, rarely do you get them back. The general management plan of 2014-15, most of these closed areas were shut down. We've had 4.5 years to readdress this stuff. There hasn't been a reconvening of one single working group or any of the user groups pulled to the table to renegotiate or examine what you're putting on the table right now. We're very much concerned about your networking with other agencies, plans for Biscayne National Park to shut down the 2-day mini season. You do that, you're going to send another 35 to 40,000 people into Monroe County on top of the 40,000 that already come here to harvest lobsters. Law enforcement, in the past 4 years, your budget used to be over $800,000 in supplemental funding to FWC to assist the 3 NOAA law enforcement officers to cover 3,800 square miles. That number has now been reduced to about $347,000. Somebody needs to be banging the drum on their behalf in Washington to get some more money. We'll follow the process here in public comment as well, and offer a white paper to sanctuary officials and others. Just remember, the commercial fishery and wildlife here, the value of that is more than $900 million to Monroe County. Second largest economic engine here, 4,500 jobs and a population of 79,500 people that are strictly boat related. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Sanders. I'm retired senior special agent, 32 years in law enforcement. I started down here in 1980 with Florida Marine Patrol. So today I stand up here and talk to you about one specific area, and it's in my backyard. It's the Kilo Slaughterhead Basin. This area I am proposing today and asking you to leave as is with maybe a few enhancements. Your proposal is not only excessive, it's not in the best interest of all users. The proposal limits use to idle speed only for 365 days, 24/7. This area is used by many different types of users, from Cudjoe Key, Summerlin Key, and Sugarloaf. They're all impacted. Summerlin Key residents have to transient that to get to one of only 2 marinas that sell fuel. Sugarloaf Key areas residents have to transient this area to get into their own home through Tarpon Creek. So you're asking for this massive area to be closed down when there's many people that are using this area. Your proposal not only covers the massive area, it also penetrates and encroaches into the U.S. Coast Guard navigational channel, boat channel. It runs through channel markers 6 through 10. I am asking you with 2 enhancements, with additional navigational aids marking these man-made channels, that would not only educate all of these boaters where the deep water channels are, it would possibly prevent prop starring. The other addition that I would like to ask is that all flats fishermen, while in this area, engage in flying a fish-up flag, which would tell the public, if we educate them, when you see this flag, you give 300-foot distance or idle speed only if you're in open water. If you're in one of these small channels, 50 feet or 100 feet to idle. That is going to serve all of us. Limiting that right now, what you're asking to do to idle only for 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, is for one user group. There's thousands of us that use this backyard. Please listen to us and make these changes, we ask you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Bob Schneider. Those of you who are next up on the list, if you want to come up and sit down up front, so we get to
I'm Bob Sean. I reside at Joe Key, and what I want to talk about today basically is 2 areas in our backyard. One of those areas is Barracuda Keys, and the other is this area right adjacent to Water Key is marked. When I see this, I'm a personal user. I'm no business associate, no commercial use of the area, but I've been using these keys for a long time, and I enjoy using the waters. What I see here is the closure that you're talking about, and making this a no-motor area, I think is excessive and not required. And I believe that, through education, we're talking about 1,600 acres of you making no motor, so that if I go out there in my little skiff and I want to go in this area with a motor on the back, I can no longer do that. That's the concern that I have. I have no problem with the fishermen that want to use this area. I respect them. They have just as much right to use it as I do. But when you take something away, that's the problem I have. What I'd like to do also is to point out is let's come up with a better solution, something that's not so restrictive and something that can work for all users, not just a single group of 1 or 2 users. People use this area they'll take their boats out, they'll take their kayaks, and they go in and they shouldn't have to park out here to come in to use this keys. This other area right in here around the keys, I personally go out there, I spin and sometimes catch a little barracuda, catch and release, and right with the designation of no motor, I can't do that anymore. So the question is, how can we come up with something that works for all of us and not just for a special group of users? And if we can get together through education and basic cooperation with one another, we can use channel markers to put areas in where so you don't hit the flats. You can go ahead and put signs. One of the things I came up with was why in these areas, especially like, with the flats fish, why can't, instead of closing it off, why can't you come up with some kind of posted sign saying actively used by flats fishermen, they use their flag up, as Nancy has said, and we show respect for one another. Keep your distance, slow to idle speed. It just makes common sense to do that versus closing off entire areas. And I guess the area here in Marvin Key, I couldn't tell, it's no entry, I couldn't tell exactly how close to the shoreline it comes in, and I don't know if it encompasses that channel or whatever, but it seems like maybe idle versus no entry might make a little bit more sense there. And then, again, use the signs and things like that to designate if there's birds or nesting in the area. So with that, this is
is 166 acres of closure through no entry. So I ask all of you that are the decision makers to think about what we're doing about closing off areas and how we can manage them better by just working together and coming up with some rules and following the rules. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Lucas Baker. I'm a lobster fisherman and an off-season hook and line fisherman, snapper and grouper. I am the 6th generation in my family line to make a living from the sea. And at the rate we are being restricted, I will surely be the last. When I first started 19 years ago, it was still possible to earn a living with snapper and grouper fishing. However, increased regulation has restricted down these fisheries to the point of where only a handful of exceptional fishermen are able to make a year-round living from it. For most participants, including me, the snapper and grouper fisheries are now a secondary but nevertheless vital source of income. In the real world of Key West commercial fishing, lobster and stone crab trapping is what drives the entire industry and are the last local fisheries in which it is possible to earn a living sufficient to live in Key West. Our industry is already highly regulated by state and federal fishery managers and includes quotas and constant reductions in the number of available trap certificates. On top of the fishery management and sanctuary has already taken away most of our most productive fishing areas like Riley's Hump and Tortugas Bank, and now we stand to have even more taken. Each of these areas you propose to take are vital to the sustainability of our fishery and will only lead to increased fishing pressure in the remaining areas. In our fishery, we learn to live with fluctuating prices, poor seasons, and hurricanes. But restricting our access to the prime fishing areas is something that we simply will not be able to conform to. Thank you.
I'm Peter Beckel. I'm the owner of Stock Island Lobster Company, a business started by my father in 1953. We are the oldest fish house in the Florida Keys, and for many years, and probably still are, the largest dockside producers of lobsters in the state of Florida. Before the sanctuary came into existence, there were approximately 15 other fish houses in Key West. Today, there are 3. And I can assure you, each of them, including mine, is only marginally profitable at best. What we're seeing, why fish houses have come to this point, is due to regulation and restricted access, we are actually handling 8 to 10 million pounds less today than we did years ago. There are quotas on every commercial species that we handle, and most of them have been set so low that closures are inevitable. Licenses to fish for anything are hard to come by and prohibitively expensive. Snapper and grouper licenses, as well as lobster and stone crab trap certificates, are in a constant state of reduction. There's only one thing that keeps my fish house going today, and that's lobster. And we need a substantial catch of lobster, otherwise we close the doors. I also happen to like what I do. I like the fishing business, and I like commercial fishermen. And I feel the responsibility to keep my place open. There are almost 100 families that depend on my property as the place to operate their business out of. I realize there might be some people in here who would like to see commercial fishing go away completely. But if you would like to see commercial fishing presence maintained in Key West, you should be very careful about restricting our use of ever more areas. Fish houses are very close right now to a tipping point, and once they're gone, they will never reappear. Thank you.
I'm here today to explain why for status quo. Take care of what you have before you take more. The history of the Natural Sanctuary 2017 was full of corruption, shady self-serving science, so much so that the directors were removed and also investigated. This all led up to where we are today. By Sarah Fangman's own admission, the sanctuary was mismanaged. Since the formation of the sanctuary, the main problem has been water quality, specifically too much nitrogen, and it has not improved. Since the water quality is the most important factor, you would think that they would have a sanctuary-wide monitoring program to test water on a regular basis. In this current proposal, there is no mention or plan to improve the water quality, except for a cruise ship issue. How is that good management? Last year, we experienced the worst red tide event we have ever seen. I contacted the sanctuary to find out what they were doing about it and where they were testing the water because of what I've been seeing, especially west of Key West. They informed me that they do not do testing and speak to Moat Marine. I spoke to Moat Marine, and they were testing in the Big Pine area and not west of Key West, in the part where I was. I then called the state of Florida to find out about who was testing, and they told me no one. The red tide was the entire water column down past 80 feet, and they did nothing about it. As I've done in the past, I did the testing voluntarily with the State Red Tide Commission. You would think, knowing that the water quality in your sanctuary will be the most important part of the puzzle, not building a very big fancy building with pretty exhibits. So don't tell me where the priorities are, because you would have had a water testing program. And in your proposal, there isn't one. Most of the closures that they are proposing benefit some of the businesses and hurt others. That cannot be. By Ms. Fangman's own admission, that dive and snorkel operators benefit on the reef closures because of the restricted access to everyone else. We all know that big tour companies have full-time lobbyists in the Capitol working on their behalf. She also stated the closure between Boca Grande and Woodland Key will benefit the Flats guys, not everyone else. How is that fair? We strongly oppose closures to benefit certain user groups and exclude others for financial gain. If you close something, it should be to benefit, not to benefit just big tour companies. After all, they are a big part of the problem, dumping thousands of people daily on our reefs, not their reefs, it's our reefs. The sanctuary's own head scientist stated that the boat and people noise are problems. So once again, that's poor management. Sarah also stated that there is a big enforcement problem, and she personally has witnessed on numerous occasions and seen people using closed areas. So how can you ask for more when you can't enforce what you have? Also, at the meeting we had, she stated there is too many user groups and too much pressure on the ecosystem. I got this time. So how is reducing the area going to make it better? The same amount of people using less are going to destroy it quicker than before. This is already a big problem that they have created the same amount of users with less equal destruction for the remaining open areas. There is no current economic study for the proposals that are putting forth. The last economic study was 2008. We need an economic study that costs what they've already closed, and I can tell you it's cost my company a lot of revenue. No one asks me or even frankly cares. Commercial fishing is the second largest driver in Monroe County. We're vital to the economic survival of the county. The South Atlantic Fisheries and the Gulf Council does a very good proactive job managing our fisheries. We are one of the few in the country that is healthy. The National Marine Sanctuary controls the area we fish in, not the fisheries. That is understood. So we should not hear about fisheries management. There needs to be a thorough study on the damage that the sanctuary has already caused by previous closures. They have concentrated the fishermen in certain areas which has caused more damage than before they took over. If you reduce the size again, the damage will be even greater because it will impact the ecosystem worse in less area. This is common sense, not science. I think this might be by design to get rid of all the fishing in the Keys, both recreational and commercial. The more they take, the more we impact the remaining areas. They will get to the point of destruction by their design. We can't go outside the sanctuary because deer conflicts with shrimp boats. Speaking of shrimp boats, they have zero economic impact in this county, but they do most destruction in the sanctuary. How can that be possible with good management? For those of you like Sarah who didn't know, they drag big nets, chains, 1,000-pound sleds in many areas of the sanctuary, inside the sanctuary. They also drag all around the edges of Riley's Hump. They drop 500-pound anchors on the reef to catch fish during the day. The same reef they say they want to protect. You constantly see plastic bags, rubber gloves, and trash wherever they go. Once again, how is this good management? I represent all the people, especially independent lobster fishery. If you restrict the areas that are licensed and already regulated to fish and conduct our business, that will hurt us financially as revenue will go down. Our businesses will lose its resale value, our spending in the county on a daily basis will be reduced, and all this while other interests will prosper. Ultimately, we won't be able to sell the businesses that we created because they won't be worth nothing. When you talk about reducing the area of a local fishery, the economic impact to the county can be very damaging. That is why local governments are against the proposed closures. We could end up with a heavily regulated and managed fishery with nowhere to fish. What then? Current management allows use in the sanctuary with no mandatory education or licensing. How is that good management? You should not operate a vessel in the sanctuary unless you are qualified to respect the resource. That's just common sense. There are many people like myself who spend 280 or more days a year at sea, and we are an incredible unused resource that competent management would be happy to use. I'm going to finish, right? Changes daily. For instance, there's a large resurgence of spiny urchins in the area I've seen for many years. I mentioned this to the head scientist at the meeting on Friday. Not only did he not know about the impact of the urchins, he didn't even care where it was, and that is not good management. Take care of what you got before you take more.
I am Al Ware. I'm here as a citizen today. Thank you, Council, for doing your due diligence with your websites and some things. I do have some small flaws in your website that I would like justification for. I'm a retired Coast Guard for 22 years, so my life has been a chart, basically. So coordinates, Ms. Fangman, are very important to us as water. So my question is, when you highlight these little areas around these islands and so forth, how come there's no points? We don't know what position this is, what is, if it's east or west of the little sandbar, you guys ensure it's not going to be bothered, or western dry rocks. We need exact numbers, because as you stated in your comments over at the high school, you guys need to be educated. You need to read our plans and see what happens and so forth. Well, I can't make an educated decision if I don't know what you want to close or what you want to do to it exactly, the exact points. So if you guys give us points or whatever, we can't make decisions on these. So I just ask that you guys do that. The second thing is, all the bird sanctuaries I live in Big Copper. Every day the jets take off, they bang a left over my house, they go over Snipe, they go over the Bay Keys. It's 115 decibels at my house, so I can only imagine what it is over there. So before you start closing it because of us voters or whatever, I'm a charter guy also, but I'm not here for that one. That's going to be later. We need to maybe ask the Navy to do something different, or maybe take on that battle also. Why is it just us and what we want to do? So anyway, I yield my time to the next guy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Andy Herrera. I'm a commercial fisherman, and I've also been heavily involved in fisheries management, South Atlantic snapper, grouper, king mackerel, just recently did a yellowtail, currently doing a yellowtail stock analysis. 5 years ago, Chris Berg called me and invited me to be a working group member, and for a year. And then we extended it another year and held meetings and so on and so forth. And we never came to any kind of conclusion. We had 3 people fired, and here we are today. I asked for one thing in this time. Take one of your spots, okay, that are not working, that weren't working. Okay, I was a science teacher. I said use it as a control and exclude everyone from a spot. Didn't matter which one. Now it's 5 years. We would have done this back then. We would have some results. In my opinion, and speaking to some of the faces that know me in this room, they agree that not much would have been done. In fisheries management, I was there in South Carolina when we changed mud snappers to 18 inches. That was a unanimous vote, okay, because that's when they start spawning. I'm proud of the fact that I'm here doing stuff that matters to all of us here, okay? The fishery was changed to 5 fish commercial in April, May, and June when they are spawning, okay? So it is not a commercial fishery. So you don't see the boats that you used to see years ago, commercial fishing in western dry rocks. God knows we can't fish Fridays. We know that groupers are closed for 4 months. Everybody else gets to enjoy their grouper season when they migrate north. We don't. They're here. They're saying, hi, Manny, hi, everybody here in this room. And we can't catch them, and that's fine. They're being protected, okay? Yellowtails, we changed since I was a working group member, we changed the fishing year to start August 1st. Okay? Now we've had a closure for the past 3-4 years during June and July when those fish are releasing their eggs. So we have spawning protection. We've changed hogfish. We've done a lot in fisheries management to protect the species that means so much to everyone here. And I really suggest that we don't continue to take closures. This May, okay, when the mother should have been spawning there in western dry rocks, we had an algae bloom, the water was green. The only thing that you or I can do was pray to St. Ulstrom to come in and clear up the water, because that's the only thing that was going to clear it up. So with that, I leave you that we need to protect our waters and clean it up. Thank you.
My name is Alan Petrasic. I live on Summerlin Key. We appealed in the strongest possible terms to select alternate 1 status quo option. We've never observed any action or any activity that harms the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary except for the spiny lobster mini-season. We disagree that the proposed closures are warranted. As residents of Florida Keys, we respect the ecosystem and do no harm. Please do not implement the draconian measures in alternates 2, 3, and 4. There are more productive alternatives. We make the following recommendations. We strongly urge the Florida Keys Marine Sanctuary to partner with water quality officials in the state of Florida and the federal government to correct misguided and damaging water management programs in and around Lake Okeechobee and the Florida Everglades, resulting in profound negative effects on seagrasses and water quality of the Keys for decades now. We strongly urge the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary to partner with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to abolish spiny lobster mini-season. These 2 days each year cause more harm than any other user group can do in a decade. We strongly urge the Tourist Development Council to just slow down. Just you don't have to stop. Maybe just dial it back just a little bit, just ease up. And flooding the waterways and the highway with millions of people. Sarah, Michelle, you all could flesh out that topic if you so choose and maybe possibly write it into the plan. In closing, the entire advisory council would like to thank you for your work. God bless.
I'm Captain Bill Wickers. I'm retired, lived here for 72 years, 73 in March. I was on the original sanctuary council that set this up back in '97. I brought with me the water quality section of the original sanctuary. It was so important back there because we watched as our waters turned green, and we knew there was a problem. It doesn't take a scientist to tell you when you go out there and you're used to seeing the bottom at night on the 10-fathom bar, and now you can't see it even in the daytime, that there's something going on. But I got involved because of water quality, and I was a fisherman, and I was also on the Tourist Council. Spent 6 years on the board. Now, the amazing thing to me is that your new plane, this one that nobody's touched in 5 years, 6 years now, been sitting there on a shelf collecting dust while we had all these problems with the staff downtown, and nobody's touched it, but even the original people that were on the working groups, they're not even around, most of them. But what has really got me upset is that nowhere in the entire new plan is the most crucial thing that is affecting our lifestyle, our paradise here, our fisheries, and our reef, and that is water quality. There's not one mention of it in your DPIS. This entire book, 1/3 of the entire sanctuary was all for water quality. It took 22 years to get the Keys sewered up, starting with Key West, when they went down 2,000 feet in 1999 and started it off. 22 years later, they finally did Cudjoe Key. Now, that was supposed to be a 10-year program. You were supposed to have a water quality thing that was made for the Everglades. We knew that Florida Bay was dying. It was pea soup. We had commercial fishermen come in and tell us the water is so bad with algae that if we leave our traps out too long, that the algae will get so thick that it pulls the walls underwater. Now, what have we got? We still have algae. And not only do we have it in Florida Bay, we've got it down here off Key West too. And you got it coming off of both coasts, the Caloosahatchee and the St. Lucie. The stuff that comes out of the Caloosahatchee gets picked up by the loop cars, brings it down and brings it around and brings it to Key West and then up the Keys. And what do we have about our neighbors? Here we are, the backyard playground for Miami-Dade, and what is their contribution to the Keys? They dump hundreds of millions of gallons of you-know-what, I'll call it sewage instead of the real stuff, every day, day after day, and not one person from this county on the county commission or this board has the nerve to ask them to stop it. Now, this kind of stuff has been going on for 20-some years. 20-some years. I thought by the time I would be still alive to see the things that we hoped would come out of all of these agreements, the Everglades Protection Program, all I saw was a bunch of politicians taking money that was supposed to be spent on cleaning up the water and bringing it south, taking it and using it on pet projects. And what scares me is that you guys, you volunteer your time, just like I did. I volunteered it for 6 years with the hope that we were actually going to have something done. You could take and put those balls that's in the spas and put it around the entire Florida Keys and say you can't dive, you can't fish, and that what's going on out there is being caused by water quality, and it continues downhill. They're still trying to fix it. We're way behind the curve, and until you wake up, this board has got to realize it's your job. This is your sanctuary, just like it is everybody else's. And it is your job to make sure, just like the young lady said earlier, we need your help in the Everglades. Why don't you all help them out? Help them bring that water south. Why don't you all send representatives to all of these groups, the South Water Management Council? This is the problem, is the quality. What you all doing is Band-Aids, and the one Band-Aid that you continually rip off, you try to blame everything on the fishermen, just like this plan right now. Guess who got it in the, you know what, again, the fishermen.
Bill, could you you're way over time here.
Well, I got a lot to say.
Behind you.
Okay. Who wants me to stop? You know what I'm saying. You know that this is the undercutting of everything that we have a problem with. We can continue this, but really what makes me sadder than anything, you always want to zero in. The fishermen down here that were put out of those spas over 20 years ago are the only people that could raise their hand and say whatever is wrong inside those balls. It wasn't us. It wasn't us. It had to be the divers of the water quality. So take your pick. It wasn't the fishermen. They did not do that damage, whatever's in there.
Bill, I'm asking you, please, there's people behind you. I want to speak also.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm D.A. Aldridge. On behalf of the Last Stand, I would like to address the multi-species spawning aggregation site in the vicinity of the Western Dry Rocks. We support Alternative 4, which establishes a Western Dry Rocks conservation area as a transit-only zone. We realize that it's not practical to protect each and every site along the reef edge where all fish spawn and lobsters release their eggs, as that would more than likely include the entire reef line. However, it is practical and essential to give special protection to unique areas of the reef line where multiple species aggregate to spawn. The Western Dry Rock site is such an area and a classic example of what fishery biologists and managers refer to as a multi-species spawning aggregate site. The only other known multi-species spawning aggregation site protected to date in the Florida Keys is Riley's Hump in the Tortuga area.
Yes.
That site is completely protected with limited access for research purposes.
Not true.
Some of the reef fish species documented to spawn in the western dry rock site are black grouper, spawning year-round and with peaks in December and March, mutton snapper, May to June, gray snapper, July to August, permit, May to July, hogfish, February to March, and yellowtail snapper, April to August. Lobsters release eggs April to June. Other reef fish that have either been observed to spawn at or collected for life history work in spawning condition from the western dry rock site are queen, French, gray, and blue angelfish, surgeonfish, and numerous other marine life species. The Board of Last Stand is fully aware of arguments brought forth by many that there are other areas of the Florida Keys where commercially and recreational important species such as mutton, snapper, gray snapper, black grouper, and permit spawn. However, these are single species spawning sites and not multi-species spawning aggregation sites, such as the western dry rocks. In conclusion, the list demonstrates why the western dry rock site is an important multi-species spawning aggregation site which deserves special year-round protection from all fishing, both extractive and catch and release. Thank you.
Mr. Slade, and we were respectful for you guys, you be respectful of these folks up here, they have our people to talk to.
I don't know how I can follow up on Bill, I'm just glad I'm sitting over here next to these guys, I ain't one of those damn divers. I want to thank you for giving us the time to speak to you and the panel, of course. I am Spencer Slade, owner and operator of Captain Slade Scuba Adventures, and I've been a dive operator here in the Keys for 41 years. I've been co-founder of the Keys Dive Association in 1982, president and founder of the Florida Association of Dive Operators in 1983, and I served with Bill, my buddy there, for 6 years on the Florida National Marine Sanctuary Planning Council. And we fought those battles to help establish common sense regulations to balance two of the principal goals of the sanctuary. First, to protect our reefs, fishes with regulations and a long-term plan for protection. And second, but equally as important, to ensure that the livelihoods of our user groups were not adversely affected and that they could continue to thrive with the agreed-upon regulations. Our planning council included over 21 civilian and commercial representatives, user groups, like this group, and scientists to ensure both goals were achieved with lasting positive effects as we all could agree on. Those goals have worked out pretty well throughout the Keys for all. Personally, as a long-term dive operator, I have daily seen the results of our efforts and challenges to help create an environment where the public and private sector, along with our NOAA partners, have indeed helped protect our sanctuary and make it thrive. So here we are again at a junction where NOAA, under new management leadership, now feels that major changes are needed to continue the protection of our reef tract here in the Keys. While the blueprint encompasses many factors we divers want to speak to, I will only address one of those today that is particular to me and the success of my operation, the proposed regulation 3-2-6 that concerns fish feeding. In short, my entire business plan for the past 41 years has been based on my love for an understanding of fish, of friends and fish, by conducting fish interaction dives and conducting and educating my divers, tens of thousands of them, on how to respect and appreciate our underwater fishes and get a first-hand look at protecting them from harm. The proposed rule states that fish feeding is a threat to sanctuary resources. Please show me the proof behind that claim. We feed more eels, nurse sharks, we leave them alive in the water in their underwater ocean habitat, free to go where they want to when we leave, and have never been bitten by and no one has ever been bitten by anyone other than our feeders, regardless of claims made by others. Nor is there any evidence that the moray, eels, and nurse sharks that participate in our interaction dives become dependent on us for food. They disperse after the dive and should resume their normal foraging. A study is mentioned in its blueprint form from a Marco Mazzero, a scientist from Italy in the Mediterranean Sea, not the Florida Keys, stating fish feeding may cause changes in their behavior. And in the NOAA blueprint, it stated fish feeding has resulted in human safety issues. Again, where is the proof as far as my operation is concerned? I am without a doubt the only local professional fish feeder, and I wasn't consulted. The Milazzo study was done on damselfishes. Hardly any green relevancy to what I do. Reef fish such as Bermuda chub, yellowtail, Creole wrasse, parrotfish, angelfish, and damselfish are not part of my interaction dives and are not fed by me or anyone diving with me. And although I'm not an avid fisherman myself, my son is a guide, so it's okay to allow chumming to feed and track fish for the express purpose of catching or killing them, but not allowing my operation to lead divers and educate them on how to protect our fish. Many of you in this room have dove with me in my fish interaction dives. Bottom line is, if I cannot conduct my creature interaction dives to educate my divers on direct protection and conservation for our underwater creatures, I will be put out of business. No other dive operator anywhere in the Keys that their business success is totally dependent on creature interaction dives but me. I came to Key Largo in '78 and immediately started diving with Steve Clem, who was dubbed the Pied Piper of Penny Camp Park, God bless it, man, who taught me his love for underwater animals. Steve started feeding fish in the Keys in 1954, even before there was a Penny Camp Park or any other type of sanctuary ever existed. For the past 41 years, I've been a proud extension of him and fellow lover of our underwater creatures. So what am I asking you to do? From every past sanctuary manager since 1986 who understood my operation and creature interaction dives, I've been allowed or grandfathered in to conduct them along with Dan Vasta and Bob Leeworthy at NOAA and DC suggested I be granted a special use permit to continue to keep my business in operation. Either option is fine with me. I just want to stay in business and introduce my beloved animals to our divers to ensure their continued protection. Thank you.
Hey, Lorraine. Hey, let's keep it at 3. There's more folks behind you.
I'm going to be really brief. I know that's going to shock you.
It is a shock.
I came down here in 1964. Came down here and started practicing law in '70. I was involved in the National Marine Fisheries controversy. We were against it. It was the people all through the Keys voted in a full election and voted against it. Now, I'm going to speak tonight as the Secretary of the Air Force for the Republic and for myself and my family and neighbors. Why did 1,000 people show up at Key West High School NOAA presentation? There's a simple answer. We do not trust you. In 1990, we had that vote. The vote failed. Commitment was made. Gee whiz, we'll do whatever the people want. It passed anyway. So, recently, the Keys off Key West and Marathon and Key Largo were closed to everybody other than large commercial dive boats, so-called Blue Star program. That prohibition was specifically passed, and repeated in black and white as the NOAA preferred alternative number 3. Other than admit then that it was wrong, Sarah told us that it was never NOAA's intent, but it actually was. She tells us that families on private boats were not to be excluded, but they were. Again, that's why we don't trust her. Let's talk about the amazing similarity between the NOAA restrictions on the reef and the backcountry restrictions no entry, no access, no motor zones, no weight. Think about it. What's the difference between out there and back there? They just called it something different, but the effect is the same. Keeps us from enjoying the life that we've always been able to live. NOAA could have designated the backcountry as a sanctuary preservation area, front and back. Doesn't make any difference, they just call it a different name. If you actually look at the comments and listen to the presentation, you'll have a hard time voting for any of those restrictions. Does anybody believe that when NOAA closes an area, we will ever get it back again? Australia and Micronesia have attempted to stop the destruction of their reefs. Over half the Great Barrier Reef died in the last 12 years, despite their best efforts. Coral atolls in the Pacific, 100 miles from any civilization, have 95% coral death. And we think we're going to cover it with this restoration plan. I'll finish with this. There's two dinosaurs that are standing there, and the first snowflakes start to fall, and they look up and they see them. And one of them says, "Hey, you think it's going to get any colder?" That was called the Ice Age. It's not.
We're going to go to 5, and I'm going to have to cut this off. So we can take a break.
I'll be even briefer.
Thank you, sir.
Closures. I have the notion that the unintended consequences are going to be much greater than what you anticipate. One fellow over here in the corner during the regular sanctuary meeting said, "What's the big deal if we go to more closures before the fish are going to just get bigger?" I don't believe that's the case. I think the voting public is going to find other ways to do what they want to do that will cause destruction in other areas that aren't covered by these closures. I started looking at the restoration plan about a month ago, and I paid particular attention to the interactive map, and I was having difficulty locating exactly where some areas are. And NOAA owns all the charting done in America and other parts of the world. I don't know why you don't have everything on the restoration plan overlaid on one of your raster charts. I've been thinking that for a month. And right outside of your table, at the end, that's what the fellow's got. So I think that should be put onto the interactive map so people can more fairly evaluate area by area. On the western dry rocks, I think the sanctuary group is getting into nothing but fisheries management, and I don't believe that's your charge. I think that western dry rocks should be left to people who's in their purview agencies for fishing and fishing regulations. I want to speak to the western Sambo no idle zone, something that nobody has brought up. That is a very wide area. We have pop-up thunderstorms all the time. I don't want to be on one side of that or the other, trying to get home and tell myself not to break the law. I got idle. The fastest I ever run my boat is when I'm trying to get away from lightning, and you're going to endanger a lot of people with that.
Okay, number 3 is the Fisher's Crew.
Hi there, my name is Taffy Fisher I'm Mel Fisher's daughter, world famous treasure hunter, and I represent HISPAC, the Historic Salvage Policy Council. Keys are very unique, we all know that. The history is unique here, and it's important to me. Wrecking and salvage has a long history in the Florida Keys. I'm not a biologist. I'm not an economic major. I cannot make claims to know what's best for the fish in the reef or what's economically best for the other fishermen and charter boats and tourism industry. But common sense tells me that when I read through this 580-page plan, and I find things in there about shipwrecks that are based on opinions or flaws or misinformation, and not scientific facts, then it makes me wonder if this is also true with all those other parts of the plan affecting all those other industries. With that said, I hope that there is someone out there looking out for all of them, and from what I've heard tonight, it sounds like there is. I understand that the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary claim, thinks they did this in the interest of the best intentions of saving the natural and historical resources, public's best interest. But my industry has had zero representation on this new plan. Our own advisory council members were told, Corey Malcolm was told, there's no issues with the shipwreck permitting. There will be no changes in the shipwreck law. That is totally not true. We were not represented. We had no working groups. I've heard that from other people, so we may be small, but we count just like everyone else. We definitely have issues. Whoever told Corey that a working group was not needed was lying. So after the fact, this 580-page plan comes out, and now, 6 weeks later, as of this Thursday, we will have our first meeting to discuss all these changes to our industry. The commercial salvage industry, for our industry, alternative one is the only alternative, status quo, way to go. Today's the day. You can't do anything else. You'll make us all outlaws, and unfortunately that's going to create pirates. They're going to outlaw shipwreck salvage in the Florida Keys unless you have an admiralty claim. Well, they're not outlawing it, only if you want to keep anything that you find. Well, I have to tell you, this is a 180-degree change from the original plan back in the 1990s. This is like deja vu up here right now. Say no to NOAA, because they made promises and they're not keeping them. What happened was, the first proposal I have tonight to fix things is for the sanctuary to reinstate and honor the lapsed programmatic agreement. Instead of using the new one in the plan now, reinstate the old one as is, and then we need to do some work on even that to make it better. That plan was well thought out, and it had vast public input and user group input. It should be renewed as is in any new plan. In a 2015 correspondence between Brian Lusher of the Advisory Council of Historic Preservation, Florida and NOAA were both urged to renew the existing programmatic agreement until there was a replacement that had been properly vetted. But they chose not to. They just let it lapse. My family's been doing this since the 60s, late 60s. We've been in National Geographic. We fought with the federal and state government over the ownership of the wrecks. We went to court for 7 years, 140 hearings, and we ultimately won 100% ownership of these shipwrecks in the United States Supreme Court. 3 years later, we found 40 tons of gold and silver. It's not a myth, like it says on some of the sanctuary stuff Jennifer McKinnon has on the shipwreck trail, where they call shipwrecks full of gold a myth. It's not a myth. It's real. It's history. We have a database that's free, online. You can go look at it. You don't even have to give us an email address. We have 200,000 artifacts. Right there, you can search by coins, you can search by iron spikes. You know, what's your interest? Buckles? Buttons?
Yes. So just leave it as is until we take a break.
I'm just gonna, I know my time is up, and I had two people after me who were, I know you're only supposed to see one person talking. But, there's a lot wrong with the plan. We are putting together a very detailed, point-by-point thing with page numbers and issues that we hope to address, hopefully this meeting on Thursday. But in closing, I want to say I'm sure there were many good ideas on protecting or restoring our environment in the plan. But from what I'm hearing, they are outweighed by the encroachment on the rights and livelihoods of too many individuals and industries in the Florida Keys. So I say support one, status quo, way to go, today's the day.
Okay, is John Buckheim up here? He's first on the list.
He's here, he just stepped out a minute ago. He's here.
Toby's up. We've got George Blanco and Paul Robinson behind him. If you guys can get up here to the front so we can go ahead and transition quickly. Okay, John, you're on.
Hi, my name is John Buckheim. I'm a commercial fisherman here in Key West. I consider myself, and I think everyone in the room will probably vouch for me, that I'm one of the most diverse commercial guys down here. We do everything from sword fishing to bulling netting to lobsters to stone crab to deep dropping western tortugas. We fish in the Gulf, we fish in the Atlantic. I'd just like to say that I think you guys have really missed the ball on this one. The water quality thing is water quality is huge. But how are we really going to fix that in this county when it's coming from outside the county? Let's focus on things that we can actually do here. Building an artificial reef program, putting in more channel markers. We're arguing about mutton snapper. We don't need to argue about mutton snapper. There's no problem with the mutton snapper population. There never has been. And we stopped fish trapping 20, 30 years ago. That was all that was needed to be done. We've come along. We've put in more size limits, more of this, more of that. The fish are fine. There's not a fish problem. We need to really focus on building up the infrastructure for the fish to live on. A lot of you probably don't like this idea, but rolling sanctuaries. Anything that we've ever done has been a closure and we've never gotten it back. If we had something that we would guarantee to get back in 2 years, no matter what, it has to come back in 2 years, I would vote for it. If you had a zone that moved down the Keys, that was closed, and then it reopened in 2 years and it continued to move down, giving the bottom time to rest, giving the fish time to come back, that's something we can all look forward to. When this area comes back, we all get a benefit from it. Everyone wins. This whole idea of just closing areas, it's not fair to anyone here. The bully netters, they haven't been considered at all. In the bully netting industry is the only industry here in the Keys that young kids can get into at a reasonable cost. 10 grand, you can be a fully outfitted bully netter with licenses and everything. 75% of the lobster I caught bully netting were in these zones that are potentially going to become no motor zones. You're going to create criminals out of kids that are out there hardworking that put all their time, money into building this bully net boat. They've gone out and they found an area where they can actually make some money. They're not bothering anyone. They're out at 2 o'clock in the morning minding their own business. Now, they're not going to be able to fish these areas because somebody else wants to catch a flat fish there in the daytime. There's no conflict of interest here. Some of these trolling motors can cause more damage than our small outboards. I think that we just need to totally take a step back and take a big picture approach to this whole thing. It's not so much closing this little tiny box isn't going to fix anything. I've dove western dry rocks my entire life. It's a flat piece of bottom. Some fish do come there to congregate. Black grouper aren't one of them. Mutton snapper are. There's not a problem there. Yellowtail, not a problem there. Hermit, not a problem there. I think we're just kind of missing the picture, and we're wasting a lot of our time, money, and energy on things that aren't the problem. We need to build artificial reefs, everything from the banded bird all the way through to the lobster. A lot of people won't agree with me there either. But the more structure, the more fish. I don't care if you throw a tree in a bass pond.
it means more bats congregate around that tree. You go to Louisiana, it's the most polluted place I've ever been. There's more fish than anywhere because of the oil rigs. There's solutions to all this. We should have bags out in the blue water for all the trolling guys. We could be a world-class fishery, but we're just kind of not allowing it to happen. I just ask that everybody kind of focus on the big picture here and not get stuck on the small stuff. We all want to see this place improved. That's all. Thank you.
How you guys doing today? My name is George Blanco. I'm born and raised in U.S. Florida. My family's been here for quite some time. My mom's family's been here since 1910. My dad's family, they came in the 60s. My father's born here. That's 5 brothers. They're all commercial fishermen. I'm a commercial fisherman, lobsterman myself. When you had the first meeting at the U.S. High School, I was very concerned. A lot of these areas that you guys want to shut down is where I put 90% of my traps. Those areas have been very abundant for us. I live off of that. But, there's a lot of facts that I think are going against this that I'm not going to talk about because I don't got too much time. I'm going to raise my most concern was after that meeting, I went and spoke to Ms. Chairperson. I asked her, I heard her proposal. I wanted to know if we didn't like her proposal, what could we do about it? If we could have a vote on it, if our community would have a say. From my understanding, in the 90s, when we did have a vote, 87% of the community voted against it. And that's still when they did what you wanted to do. I really feel like I'm being mugged right now. I feel like I'm being robbed of my livelihood, my community. They're not going to be able, the future generations, to experience the stuff that I've experienced without having to say, this is the United States of America. You can't, 4 people can't make up, how we live and how we survive, and we have no say about it. We need to have a say. I think we should have some kind of vote on it, what the community wants. I understand you guys want to help, and I want you to help. But a lot of this stuff that they need to kind of close down is going to defeat the purpose. Because at the end of the day, as everybody keeps bringing up, it's a water quality issue. Closing down, shutting down areas, it's only going to hurt our community. I mean, the other day we brought on certain facts. Key West, like Bill Kelly said earlier, our number one asset is the tourism. But our number 2 is the commercial fishermen. But what about Big Pine Key? What about Marathon? Summerlin? Those guys are all commercial fishermen. You take away these areas from us, we're going to have to go out more. We're going to get crammed in one area. Right now, where I fish at, I can pull my gear and move it over. And that bottom is fine. The lobsters come through. When they're gone, I take my gear. But if I can't fish that area, I'm going to go where Miss Mamie Stafford, she fishes in the Bay Area as well. I will go where she's at. And we're going to be crammed in these one areas, and we're going to be confined to these areas. And we will. It's going to do more damage than good. I would really like to see you guys get more feedback from us. We're out there every day. It's really heartbroken that I see people go out there and have a 3-day study, and they come back, oh, yeah, this is wrong, this is not right. How for 3 days you're going to base all of our community, our commercial industry, the guy that works at Discount Auto wants to take his kids to Snipes. He can't go because the guy went out there for 3 days and said, oh, we have an issue. Which closing these areas, I mean, even the coral that you guys plant there, when the water's bad, it's going to kill the coral that you plant. It's just, I think you got to turn in a different direction than closing this and taking this away from us. I want to work with you guys. I really would like for you guys to come work with the commercial fishermen because we are out there every day. We see stuff that you guys can't see. And I want this to succeed, but I just think we're going about it the wrong way. And I think these guys get rethought and work with us, not against us. That's what I would like to see.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? I was raised to not wear my hat in public, but I'll be damned if I come into this group reeking of Old Spice and holding my hat in my hand. I've got a slightly different take on this. My name is Paul Robinson. My brother and I were born and raised in the Keys. Since 1963, my family, along with our partner, Whitey Keys, under one form or another, have been looking for a shipwreck known to have sunk in the vicinity of American Shoal. We found that now the action against that ship in 1975 as Marine Archaeological Preservation Incorporated. Then again in 1984,
as Bronze Canyon Corporation, which is currently active and pre-existing to the sanctuary. That's an important point. I'm here to report the corruption and abuse that has gone unchecked in the sanctuary for decades. My complaints center around my experiences and that of my colleagues, the deplorable treasure hunters. I'm not authorized to speak for any of them, but my observations convinced me that they've all suffered the same abuse of their civil rights, including freedom of speech, association, and press. And I'll give examples. They've all suffered denial of due process under the color of law. So let me skip ahead to that quickly, and I'll come back because this 3 minutes thing really messed me up. Now I have to glean through my lines, so to speak, to get to it. Not unlike today, in 1990, the sanctuary management made solemn promises to the public, an apprehensive public that was concerned that treasure hunting would come to an end. Personnel in the sanctuary were being burned in effigy. They came forward and said, no, we're not going to stop it. We're going to facilitate it. Well, since then, they've issued 61 permits, and not one permit has been allowed to go to completion. Now that raises the question. Either the public is thoroughly inept or the sanctuary is thoroughly corrupt. And I'm going to tell you they're thoroughly corrupt. And I have evidence. This is not me just ranting. So, anyway, thorough, it's a perfect record. The sanctuary is the 1972 Miami Dolphins of corruption. The sanctuary has never honored its permits. Never. It's been a dog and pony show from the start. Let me tell you, this little deal here is a dog and pony show because it's created to give the appearance of transparency. It's created to give the appearance of public participation. Do you think any of these people here are wringing their hands, clutching their pearls, wondering how this is going to turn out? No, they know exactly how this is going to turn out. We should get paid for the dance they're putting us through. Let me move ahead. Let me give you an example of just how I've been screwed by the screw print. In 2013, I had a survey and inventory permit. It was renewed in 2013, and they said, your permit has been renewed for an additional 2 years. The use of the Venturi-type water dredge system has been approved in accordance with permit guidelines. Survey and inventory, you go look for shipwreck, do macronomic surveys and all that. Well, there's a thing called Step 7, and Step 7 allows for the recovery of artifacts for identification purposes and some onerous requirements. Nobody's ever done it. In 30 years, nobody's ever done it. So my permit's coming around, about to be renewed, and my serial abuser assigned to my case gets wind that we're about to be the first ones. She starts talking to me about, hey, we're not going to renew your permit. We want you to reapply. I said, what are you talking about reapply? Well, what does that mean? She says, well, we need that to document any changes. I said, I don't want changes in the ground all the time. What's going on? We're going back and forth. It's obvious she's lying. It's obvious that I know she's lying. It's so awkward I can't go on. My brothers did me in 3 months. I would tell my brothers that, they might cave me on this deal. I said, if they do, it's going to be $600,000 minimum after lawyers' fees. He said, for that much, I'll pay you. Then he said, hey, I'll pay you where a man shouldn't be paid. But anyway, moving on. So they get wind of this, I'm about to do this thing. So what did they do? Survey and inventory permit, you find something now, you're going to go for research and recovery. Nobody's ever gone for one. They always stop it. So I get ready to renew my thing. This is what they come up with. This is how corrupt these people are. NOAA has determined that the project requires a research and recovery application due to the use of the water-operated dredge and the potential for test excavation. This is the same pump they gave me in 2013. Now they're using it as an excuse not to renew my permit. That's where, how do you explain that? You don't. Moving on. I had an agreement in principle with the National Association of Black Scuba Divers. Great bunch of folks. They're going to come in and work with us, right? Super duper. The guy calls me up and says, hey, Paul, I can't do it. I said, why not? He said, I can't get caught in the war between the archaeologists and the treasure hunters. I'll keep track of my time. So because I wear my prescription, I have to keep like that. So anyway, he says, I can't do it. I said, well, why not? He indicated that the serial abuser in my case told him that if he wanted to keep his good standing in the sanctuary, he better stay away from the treasure hunters. Now, this woman is issuing me a permit on one hand and obstructing and sabotaging my permit on the other hand, trying to deprive me of oxygen. The reason she wants to deprive us of oxygen is to cut you off from your history. You don't know what their history is. They're trying to crush archaeology. There's no reason for it. This archaeologist who just came on board, we're down to 7 permits and he wants to crush them. What's going on with that? There was another one. Let's see. See, I wasn't really ready for a screen. Which one did I cover? Did I talk about, here's the thing.
3 minutes are over.
No, I got minute 16, thank you. They are trying to institutionalize the American experience here in the Florida Keys. They will have us marching down the yellow line. They don't care if they drive you out of business. They'll still be getting their government job. Everything will still be going great for them. And we're just screwed. And they're not listening to us. And I just wonder, what do we do? It's a nightmare. It's like living in a science fiction movie. We're begging them to stop, and they're just going to march right on and give us more government gibberish while we're out there trying to make a living. I got 45 seconds. I have some gems in here, let me tell you. Preserving for future generations. Once that's declared, case closed. It's like saying save the puppies or fuzzy Easter chicks. What kind of creep debates against that? It is the go-to glittering generality of the sanctuary in terms of environment and cultural heritage. The way they've used it to obstruct treasure hunters to deprive the community of its history always seemed to imply they were representing someone in the future more deserving of the American experience. Now they have launched that attack on the community as a whole. This golden boy in the future, he may not even show up. We're here now. We're paying our taxes now. We're paying their paychecks now. We're stuck on this planet. We need to live here.
Next up, we have Kathy Lockett. Now, if the next people would come up and see your name up here after Kathy is Daniel Smith and then Veronica Orteza.
They stick with brothers, so I didn't know. My name is Kathy Rockett. I'm with Rocket Tropicals, and I have lived here my whole life, made my living since mid-'80s off the ocean. I'm the mother of 4th-generation fishermen, and I've watched every so many years, time and time again, us locals being taken advantage of. It's never that you guys worry about taking from the shores. It's always from us. It's always taken from us, and we're getting sick of it. That's why people are angry right now, because we have over and over and over again tried to make our living, and we work and bust our butts doing it, and yet it's like we aren't even in consideration. So, a few pointers that I want to make. First off, I wanted to mention that some of the people on the board used to actually make their living off the ocean. Some of them that approve and want this to go through also raped our ocean line with 40, 50 Jewfish at a time. And then they come in here and they want to take everything from the people that are trying to make a living. It's not right. Thank you. I'm sick of it because what you guys don't understand is we locals are the ones that pick up the garbage. We locals are the ones that turn the rocks back over when the tourists come along, not knowing it better, they turn them over. We are the ones that always take care of the ocean and not the tourists. So why are we always the one impacted? What is wrong with imposing a toll when all these tourists come down here for taking advantage of Monroe County and leaving behind their garbage, and yet there's no toll fee for them to come into our county? It's ridiculous. I'm sick and tired of being the one that pays the taxes, the licensing, and everything that goes along with being a living down here. Plus, by the way, we are the highest cost of living in Garden now. We have now surpassed Palm Beach Garden. Palm Beach. I'm making a living. So is my ex-husband, and everybody that I know that's making a living is the ones that are impacted. It's not fair. We're all just sick and tired of it. And then you say one thing and do another. That I've seen happen over and over again. Or you come up with these stupid laws like 20 inches across the board on grouper loan. I mean, there's the stupidest things that have come out of this. Now, there is nothing, it seems to me that there's not much we can do. Big Sugar's ruined the Everglades, and we know that's our filter system. So, as far as the water goes, the pollution, if you walk on the mangroves, you'll see the pollution comes mostly from another country. So if there's anything we could do by putting the toll in there, we could actually propagate our coral and really make an impact on our lives. I mean, 2.5 million tourists come down there a year. $10, $22.5 million a year. That's all I have to say.
Daniel Smith.
Hope you guys are having a good night tonight. Yeah. Hello, my name is Daniel Smith. I'm a licensed captain. I have a scuba diver and first fisherman here in Florida Keys. I've spent most of my life around in or on a national marine sanctuary. I find it hard to speak to a group of people who basically have to be here and have no desire to listen or learn. But I was trying to reference to Sarah, but Sarah at the last meeting said we're trying to do small, but trying to do something small is better than doing nothing at all. Sad to say, I have reached out to organizations dozens of times over the last 5 years and have received zero positive response. So here's my first opportunity. Doctors can only recommend an effective treatment plan after coming to a correct diagnosis and after reviewing all the symptoms. Your presentation is cosmetic makeup for a patient that has terminal treatable disease. Chemical and nitrate-filled water from Central Florida is that disease, and you are the pharmaceutical industry trying to profit off a good old-fashioned cure-all called over-policing. Your entire presentation is a grasp for money. Your funding has been cut, and the system you have created will accommodate your financial failures, as in computer gliding vessel and national marine sanctuary in total. All right? Will Benson. Wow. I bet you're real proud of your Peter Gliding Award. My dad is Arthur Sager. He was arrested in 1997 for defending himself at his place of business from Peter Gliding. Hell of a guy. The result of this altercation got Peter a broken leg and a bruised ego. Many people in this room remember that, and I bet I just put a whole bunch of smile on a bunch of people's faces.
Yes, you did.
Yes, sir. But in that article, you'll read, it was written by Don D. Marie, a citizen. In the Citizen, you can see his bias was established way before 1997. Will, you, Peter, and Don have a lot more in common. You're a bunch of little envious, mad little people trying to self-serve down the road. You're a bunch of mad, envious little people trying to serve everybody else sell everybody else down the road while looking out for yourself. You guys are the real blue stars. And to NOAA, stop playing political chess and actually answer questions. How much money was each plane actually going to cost? How much money was going into the Resort Research Center at Ballard's Key? Why is NOAA and FWC funds acceptable to implement propaganda against the local population, try to abide and conquer, perpetuate your own industry and bias? That is basically what I see of your blue star.
Go Dolphins!
Some of your greatest resources in conservation are sitting in this room, and an abundance of knowledge and experience you have failed to protect. They are not sitting in these seats you see in front of me. They're sitting in the seats back there and being ignored. The Southland production program should have been stopped at 500. We are now below 500. The IFQ system, the goal was a criminal scam across the board. Non-transferable permits means the industry will die with the last generation and knowledge will not be passed down. These are just a few examples. Laws cannot be passed with bias and malicious intent, and that's exactly what you guys do. You're destroying an entire industry, and we're losing knowledge that it takes to sustain a population. It is sad to say you have left the science industry and joined the propaganda train. These actions have ruined your credibility and made people completely distrust anything you say. Balsky is going to turn into a resort for researchers. You're trying to live an all-inclusive lifestyle on government funding, while paying off that expensive liberal education like throwing in everybody's faces whenever they try to provide you with information. By the way, the difference between education and indoctrination is that education is a tool you use to think. Indoctrination tells you to stop thinking and just use the tool. You're trying to take Western Dry Rocks on the basis that you only see the neighboring areas. That is what you said about Riley some 30 years ago. Seeding as a joke. Your examples and explanations are idiotic and it's tortuous ecological reserve fail. I was a part of research doing offshore surveys. At the time, the surveys were done consistently throughout all zones of Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary for a decade, and then the program was just renewed. This is embarrassment that you consider that you consider it scientific data. I would love to talk further about my experiences and what I viewed and how this is completely immoral and how you guys accept information. You're accepting funding, provide faulty biased data.
Let's wrap it up.
Yes, sir. I got one more line. Which National Marine Sanctuary, NOAA, independent researchers all then get that data. Then use that poor data to increase your funding and further perpetuate your bias. I would love to make connections and contact with anybody who would like to utilize my knowledge and experience to improve the resources we have and to improve this little place we call home. Thank you.
Okay, Greg, you're up.
Sanctuaries are masters, not our servants.
That's going to be a tough one to follow. My name is Greg Orpeza. I'm a fourth generation local. I've been fishing and diving for the last 30 years. My father before me, my grandfather before me. I'd like to first start off by reminding this organization that what you do is to manage this resource and trust for us. Not just you, but us, everybody. And there's a lot of focus on us versus you. And I think, like Johnny D said, the big picture has been this. If we look at water degradation, ocean acidification, which is the real cause of our decline in the reef, none of what is being proposed, in my non-scientific opinion, is going to fix that. Let's start with what has been done already. And recently, in the last couple of weeks, there's been buoys that have gone up in the backcountry, for example. I have had no idea that some of these places have been off limits. I had never had a resource violation. As a law-abiding citizen, you would think that myself, my friends, my colleagues would know the lack of enforcement is issue number one. Let's enforce what has already been implemented, but has failed because of the lack of enforcement. I've been boarded by the FWC once in the last 10 years. Let's put the millions of dollars that were spent on this study, this exercise, into enforcement. Regarding the backcountry, simple common sense solutions. Let's put navigations that aids in navigation. Let's put simple identifications of where there is a channel marker so people won't run around. One of the biggest issues, and Ms. Feynman said it at the Key West High School, is that a lot of these issues are regional and that we can't really address regional issues. And I respectfully disagree with that. We have county commissioners. We have FWC who has implemented some great regulations recently, and people may disagree with me on that. We have the governor who, the last, as long as I can remember, is actually focused on water quality. You're the national government. You are the federal government. Your ability to work with regional players and forge relationships, which has not been done,
should be the forefront to bring implementation to regulations that are going to make some real positive change. And lastly, I want to focus on one issue. I frequent the Tortugas a lot. It's a very special place. My grandfather actually built some of the structures that are on Waterhead today, back when the Coast Guard was in control. The proposed closure in Tortugas, based on what has been presented in the study, is flawed. For one, the study talks about the Tortugas North and the Tortugas RNA reserves, which state that fishing is allowed, which is completely false. It's in there, it says fishing is allowed. You are not permitted to fish in Tortugas North. You're not even allowed to anchor without a special permit. 46% of the national park within the boundary is already closed to fishing, to anchoring. You've got roughly 100 square miles of closed area already. To add a mythical corridor, I think, would be unjust, and we strongly urge you all to reconsider some of these regulations from taking public lands and public resources from us. Thank you.
Okay, Steel Rocket. Dee Vaughn, you're up next. And then Greg Daniels.
I'm going to say a lot. I could say a lot more, but I'm just going to keep it simple. My name's Steel Rocket. I'm a third generation conch, and I make my living strictly off the ocean here in the Florida Keys, and I always have. I run my own business, commercial spearfishing, both the Atlantic and Gulf side of the islands. I also supply the aquarium trade by collecting fish and vertebrates in this region as well. There's only about 50 marine life divers left, partly because of closures like the ones being proposed. By no means am I against regulations. Without them, we would have nothing left. But these new closures are taking things too far. It'll keep chipping away until every area is a sanctuary. This is their goal, no matter how they put it. We can't let this happen, whether you're a diver, fisherman, trapper, or anyone who makes a living off the water. Will be negatively affected by this. Thank you.
My name is Stevie Vaughn. I'm a local resident here. I've spoken with a lot of my friends, neighbors, and somehow got told I should say a couple words about what we thought up in the Lower Keys. We've seen regulation in Florida that has had successes and failures. Without regulation, there's a lot of species that we wouldn't still have access to today. But regulation implemented too quickly and without public support is not only less successful, but can breed discontent from the biggest advocates of the local environment, our neighbors and the local residents. Without the support of the local community, who will care if the reefs, seagrass beds, or breeding grounds survive? And these are some of the options that I've heard mentioned that I think would be really good to implement. If we may currently utilize sandbars, establish recreation zones rather than closing them off, people are still going to go places to hang out, to enjoy the local environment. It's why we're all here. It's why we work so hard to live here, why we pay so much to live here. So if we make established recreation zones that are currently being utilized, may already have some damage to them, that could save the other areas that are still pristine, still have a chance to grow and cultivate new ecosystems. Provide better marking of channels in the backcountry to prevent scarring. We all know back there it can be, we've got people that know how to get there, people that don't. If we can make it better, I know locals that have tried to put up markers to ensure that they get places safely, they get places environmentally soundly, and that the people following them will as well. Let's promote that, let's enforce that. Mandatory education for boat rentals. A lot of people that come down here and rent boats, and all you have to say is, yeah, I know how to ride a boat, I know how to drive a boat, and they don't. Let's get that going further. Let's make sure they know how to ride a boat, charge them for that, and put that funding into enforcing them to be here. Hold them accountable. Work with established companies using the oceans for surveys, salvage, etc., to combine efforts doing data collection and sharing information. We've got people out there that care about the environment. Let's make positive partnerships with those people and use them as a resource. Basically, if the residents are ostracized from environment, who's going to be the environment's advocate? Who's going to care if the reefs are still safe? Whether or not we save them, if nobody cares about it, nobody's going to want to make sure that happens. Generations have seen what no regulation looks like. That's not what I think needs to happen. But we've also seen what over-regulation looks like, and that can cause economies to crash. Let's bring this together in a way that the entire community can come together as one.
Greg Daniels?
Before I start, I just want to make a request of the council. Can you please pay attention to the speakers, not their phones or other papers that share? My name is Greg Daniels. I cannot believe that I am here so close to 30 years later doing this fight again. As a young man, I was able to participate in the first round. Again, I can't believe I'm here doing it again. The sanctuary that we have now is the compromise that was worked out then. I can't believe we're back fighting the same fight. And it is the same fight. Okay? The sanctuary rules have not been enforced, but you're asking for more. Why don't we take a step back, enforce your rules, get things going, and then we'll come back and we'll talk to you about it. But right now, you're just now putting markers up. I do remember when they first went in. I also remember when there were channel markers so you could navigate through the backcountry. Most of us know how to get around back there, but a lot of people don't. Proposal after proposal, I see that one of the issues is lights, moderate clock starting. Let's put some freaking channel markers in. Yeah. It doesn't, it's not, I don't get it. But instead of putting them in, we went back there and took them out. That was some 30 years ago, 25, 30 years ago. I remember them there. Incredible. The sanctuary has trust issues. The trust issues that we have with the sanctuary is that we are continually lied to. You say one thing, then you do another. You said the Blue Star program, this is going to be Blue Star program only area. They said, well, wait a minute, that's not what we meant. It is what you meant because it's what you wrote down. This plan was vetted how many times? On Tuesday night and presented to us on a Wednesday. Hundreds of people, I'm sure, read through this, and everybody said, yeah, this is good, this is what we need. That's a problem. That's why we don't think, that we trust you. You guys have serious trust issues. There are special interests. Every one of these zones has been put together by a special interest. By the Blue Star, the closed zones out in front of Cudjoe, the Barracuda Keys, everything else. They've all been put together by special interest groups. Let's concentrate, instead of fighting about this, let's concentrate on education, channel markers, and getting the word out that this is what the sanctuary is here for. Right now, we haven't done a thing. You can go to a closed section of the reef and an open section of the reef, and they look near the same. You guys are doing your job. So we are asking you, do your job with what we gave you 30 years ago, come back to us in 10 or 15 years, and we'll talk about it. We're all here to protect it. We all want it protected. But you guys haven't protected it. Thank you.
Ross?
Who's that?
You?
Who's that?
Ross Votek?
Laura.
Votek, thank you.
I appreciate everybody's time. This will be fast. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I've heard a lot of great ideas from the audience today, in particular water quality monitoring. The sanctuary has a plan that's been run for 25 years. It's claimed the water quality is improving. There's clearly a disconnect between what everybody's seeing and what the water quality monitoring program is showing. So potentially looking into that is something I would certainly urge the sanctuary to do. The idea of the artificial reefing program that somebody mentioned, I think, is a great next step. There's no doubt that our reef is falling apart. We need habitat to support our fisheries. Artificial reefs can provide that habitat if they're done correctly, and also can provide diving opportunities. We still have the warm, clear water, and people won't really know the difference, I don't think, between a cool statue and a coral reef that come from Ohio. I also like this concept of shrimp trawling in the sanctuary is also pretty interesting. I don't know enough about it to speak.
You just said it all. You don't know enough.
I appreciate that, but it sounds like it's pretty destructive, and it's really deterring a lot of other people from fishing that area. So potentially looking into that and thinking about how we can restrict that may be a good idea. I am in support of something going on in Western Dry Rocks. Western Dry Rocks is a multi-species spawning aggregation site. There's 7 species that likely spawn there. Permit, black grouper, mutton snapper, mangrove snapper, mahogany snapper, spadefish, and yellowtails. They all spawn in the months from April to August. All those species I just listed they spawn sometime during there, and 4 of the 7 only spawn in those months. So a full year closure does limit a lot of things, from my understanding. It limits a lot of the wintertime fisheries out there that are really important for kingfish, for sail, or for all the other things that go on in. It's a place that you get protection from the north winds. So a year-round closure it's overprotecting. It's needless, it seems. But a seasonal closure could provide some benefit to protecting these spawning fish. I've heard of the audience that we can use bag limits and size limits to kind of regulate our way out of fish and spawning aggregations, but we know we have what is called discard mortality in the Keys, and that's when you catch a fish and you'll get it because the shark gets it, or you release a fish and the shark get it. If discard mortality is very high, then bag limits and size limits restrictions don't work. And for permit, you can't even keep them in the spawning season, so there's nothing left to do on that end.
Close tarpon too.
Sure.
Close tarpon year round.
So with that, and also the last thing I'd like to end on Western Dry Rocks is that if they're going to limit access to everybody, no divers, we're going to have exponentially growing tourism occurring in the Florida Keys. And that's already opened unanticipated to new businesses that we never saw coming. So for a place that's going to be protected, make sure there's no access and it's very clear that nobody can find some industry, some way of diving there that affects the spawning fish and everything else.
They don't take tourists to that dark spot.
Well, I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Ms. Feynman. Sarah, I understand you came to us under difficult circumstances, coming in to replace the sanctuary superintendent, who along with his deputy superintendent was ousted after a year-long investigation into race, fraud, abuse, and hostile work environment, and just a couple months after Hurricane Irma devastated our lower Keys. The majority of this restoration blueprint was created under the leadership of that now ousted sanctuary superintendent, whose reputation for fraud and dishonesty will remain a shadow over this document. Yet you have the difficult task of selling it to our community. Sarah, I'd like to think, had you been in charge of this project from inception, that it would have been a more open and transparent and community-involved document. I'd like to think that public notice of intention to create new regulations would have been properly noticed in the local paper and on the radio. I do think had this document gone through a transparent, open, and involved public process, that we would be standing here today with a document more palatable to the public. But none of that happened. There are many issues the public takes exception with. The most common concern are the issues of public access. The public has been very vocal in expressing their opposition to any aspect of this document which would restrict or impede in any manner their ability to access their local reefs and Back Bay sandbars. I, as do many, don't feel the sanctuary has been particularly honest in the discussions involving access to Carysburg, Sombrero, and San Key Reefs, and the Blue Star Dive Operator Program. Statements alerting the public to this issue appeared in the Free Press newspaper August 28 this year, with the sanctuary discussing, quote, an experiment in controlling human carrying capacity for Carysburg, Sombrero, and San Key, with Mr. Bruckner stating, quote, it's a challenge to say who can go there and who can't. As the street access issue progressed and was made public to our Board of County Commissioners on September 5th, it seemed that the honesty in this issue was starting to come to light. The sanctuary was admitting, as currently worded, the sanctuary preferred option would not allow public access in these 3 weeks, and the sanctuary was admitting this was an unfortunate error in wording. But then the sanctuary backtracked, with statements ranging from lawyers made us put this in, to the public misunderstood, to this is silent on public access, therefore doesn't apply to the public. These misunderstood and silent on statements are simply not true, and as any restriction limiting access to excludes all others unless specified. Lawyers concur. This lack of honesty and wordplay does not instill public trust in the sanctuary or this document. Lack of public trust is furthered with the sanctuary stating in email and at 2 recent public meetings, quote, if and how public access is restricted is up for public input. This statement makes it clear that 1, perhaps the wording limiting access to our 3 local iconic reefs was not an error, but was intentional. And 2, that this prohibition remains on the table. Given the clear and overwhelming public outcry on this reef access issue, I want to know if the sanctuary is committed on record, right here, right now, that this language will either be removed or rewritten to ensure unrestricted continued access to the public.
What say you?
What say you? Also on the subject of access is our back bay sandbars. The public has been clear on this subject as well, stating they do not want any new no zones, i.e. no motor, no access, no entry, which would restrict or hinder our ability to enjoy our favorite back bay sandbars. FWC Commissioner Rodney Barreto was correct in his statement last week saying, closures should be the last resort. Quote, widespread closed are now open. Does the sanctuary commit to removing from this blueprint these new no zones, which would effectively close our back bay sandbars to our local community? And finally, I would like to know if the sanctuary commits to representing the will of the majority on any and all aspects of this document, i.e. if the majority of the public response is option number 1, across the board, dump this plan, leave it alone. Is that what the sanctuary will do?
How much do we gotta pay you?
Thanks, Brad, I agree. It seems to me that this plan is a solution in search of the problem, yet it fails to address some of the things that have been mentioned today that you don't address. You got a problem with grass being chewed up, put in the damn channel markers. You got a problem with people dropping anchors out of the reef, how about we add some more mooring balls? Why don't we talk about the real elephant in the room, the biggest, the real problem here? It's agricultural runoff and nutrients and big sugar. Our backyard.
Make money. That's the real fun.
You know, I live here in the Florida Keys, but I was born in Hawaii, and the Northern Hawaiian Islands are a real good example of what NOAA does when they get their hands on something. NOAA has basically shut down the northern 250 miles of the Hawaiian Islands. There's no access to anybody except NOAA.
It's a little club called NOAA, and their cronies that get the dives and fish that part of the world. Hawaiians aren't allowed to.
Yeah.
And they don't trust NOAA. And you know, the Hawaiians are pretty damn trusting people.
That's a problem.
No, snooker. They're snookering us. The plan is to shut us out.
Sanctuary Dive Club.
This plan is a legacy document that you're kind of stuck with. And it was born under a director who's been run out of town, who's a criminal and a crook, and dishonest. So, why do we, you know, people don't trust sanctuaries. You're not transparent. Why don't we hand this document, let's start from scratch, let's go back and start again, and do it in an open and honest and transparent manner where you're actually working with the public instead of shoving this down our throats.
Good evening. My name is Amy Rodriguez. I am the wife of a commercial fisherman who currently fishes in the Marathon area. I want to start off by saying that I am completely 100% against this blueprint for many, many reasons that I don't have time to explain today, but I did voice my opinion and I will be posting it on regulations.gov, and I will be sending it out to our congressmen, our senators, anybody that will listen, because it is unfair to all of us. With that said, there are over 580 pages to this blueprint that I haven't been able to sit down and read even half of it. It is made for an attorney to read, not a local fisherman that spends their time outside trying to make a living, and you're trying to close these areas for them or extend them or put more regulations on top of what they already go through. Not only with the sanctuaries trying to, close off the area, but with NOAA and with NIMF, and that you have to pay this and that you can't fish this fish. When in reality, the Congress report specifically tells you what is overfished and what is not. According to the blueprint, what I have read, it doesn't have any scientific updated basis. I don't understand how we're having this conversation today, again, because many years before this, the same thing has been trying to be implemented, and we find ourselves fighting and fighting and fighting for our rights and our livelihoods. That's why everybody is here being affected today because of this blueprint. So, I would like to request more scientific, the reason why. That has not been answered. Why? So for example, you're trying to close this section. Why? You already have 3,800 square feet already. You're trying to implement more than 750 square feet. For what? Did you fix the originally already 3,800 square feet? Where is the proof on that? Why are you trying to submit this proposal without any proof? Where is it? Because the answer that I got on all of these 3 meetings was look on the website. When I looked on the website, I'm not computer literate. I did go through the website. It doesn't have any pictures, any proof, any statements stating what is wrong with the areas that you're trying to extend or implement a closure or a no-motor zone or anything else that you're trying to propose. It's affecting all of us, and I don't think you realize that. So,
They realize it.
well, we all have our opinions, I guess. Okay, so one more thing I want to add. My husband's a commercial fisherman. He's affected every day. The challenges are that the commercial fishermen are damaging these areas. It's part of life. It's just the evaluation of a Hurricane Irma, for example. You stated it on your blueprint. So is that that the fisherman's fault, or is that just life in general? It's the sea. It changes. So if it changed because of the reason that you want to implement this new closure or restriction, what happened to the original ones that you already had? Where is the damage there? Is it still damaged? Because if it's still damaged, then fix that one first and leave us the hell alone for a couple of years. Just to conclude, my proposal is, if I can find it. Okay.
You go ahead and wrap it up, Amy.
I'm sure somebody's going to give me their 3 minutes because I'm going to finish what I have to say. So what I propose, number one, is delete your blueprint. Delete your blueprint. Two, why don't you look deeper into maybe costing these recreational tourists that are coming in, school them. Make the permits a little bit larger, make them pass a little course so they can see and understand the regulations. So when they go out in the sea, they don't do the damage that you're trying to say that the commercial fishermen do. And number three, this is for all of you. Write your comments on regulations.com. Send it to your governor. Send it to your city councils. Send it to everybody that will listen. And if you need help, I can write it for you.
I just want to say, I grew up here, I've been going to sites and Marvin and mud my whole life. We always bring back tourist trash and we find there. We clean the tourist trash up, we clean Boca Chica Road up, we clean the Cuppet up, we clean Boca Grande up, we clean it. We love this place. The locals love this place. And we educate them. We don't touch the reef. Don't touch that fish. No, you can't get that fish. We educate them. I think there needs to be more education for the tourists. There needs to be more regulation on the runoffs coming into our ocean, the fertilizers. We need more buoys, so there's less anchor damage. We need more markers, so there's less damage of the grass. There's so many rules. It's hard to keep up with the rules. And I'm always looking, what's the rule of that fish? What's the rule of that fish? What's the rule of that fish? Well, you got to know all the rules. So, and we respect the rules, and we want to follow the rules, and we want to protect this place. But shutting this off to the people that live here is just wrong. We love it, we want to be a part of it, we want to take care of it. Shutting off is not the solution. I think there are a lot of good ideas, but the other thing is enforcement. I don't see fish and wildlife out there. They don't. There's no enforcement. Anyways, I understand what you guys are trying to do. We all want to protect this beautiful place we live in. And we want to protect our rights and our freedoms to enjoy these places and take care of them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robert Miller. Been living here in the Keys 42 years. I'm the director for the Florida Keys Commercial Fishermen's Association as well. First of all, I'd really like to say thank you to the council and all of you for having this meeting on opening day of stone crab season. Me and all my friends, we work really hard. We just finished hauling thousands of traps out to go fishing, and you had a meeting tonight, so we really applaud you and thank you very much. Second of all, I was also involved in the first round of this 30 years ago. I had blonde hair, but I was involved in this, and I can't believe we're getting the same BS all over again. The intercoastal water markers were removed by Curtis Brewer back in the early 90s. But we dealt with him talking about, oh, you big cows are eating more grass than us small cows and all kinds of BS. But those markers were removed by them. There used to be an intercoastal waterway that ran from Key Largo to Key West. Billy Miles' grandfather was a buoy tender there, and they tended buoys the whole way up and down the shore. You got a few recreational areas out there that need to be preserved so that no other areas get used or destroyed. We've been using the same areas for years and years. Everybody in this room's got their own place they like to go to. So why don't you just let people use those areas and go close the other ones? You know, more damage is done in 2 days of mini season than we do not one of you. Water quality here is the issue.
Lobster licenses.
Closing zones and fish zones, people don't even understand. Grouper and stuff like that, grouper are raised up here to a certain size, and they swim up in the Gulf. And they go up there, and that's the grouper, the mudfish, the redfish, and all that. Same thing happens with black grouper and stuff like that. They don't stay here that long. They go other places. They don't all live here. You got another thing. Up in the Banana River area, we went to an off meeting up there a few years ago. They made them quit using Roundup in the Banana River area because it was killing, it was destroying their blue crab fishery. They stopped using it for 2 years and they have blue crab fisheries again. Another thing we got going on down here. You got raw sewage coming out of Key Biscayne. Nobody here said anything about the raw sewage. And it comes down here in miles and miles of it. Also, what about all the cruise ships you got dumping tanks out here every day when they come in? We've been closed at Tortugas Bank for 20, 25 years. We haven't seen this incredible amount of fish that's supposed to swim back up here because you closed that zone. It looks just the same as it did. And what I also want, by closing, I want to applaud you on is the fact that you were going to have no public speaking for this meeting, these meetings down here, but you were going to have public speaking in Fort Myers and Miami. Is that because you want to discuss with those people out there how you're going to sell off all our properties and start that business? Thank you.
My name is Lee Sterling. I'm a commercial fisherman. I've been coming to this room for nothing done except for Billy Cosby, the snake oil salesman, set us up with these people. So, first let's address Sam Key. No, you don't get a damn thing there. You don't get that little finger off to the side here. I'll pay Justin. I'll pay Justin.
There's ladies here.
Hey, we're in Key West. The ladies know what goes on. Okay, Sam Key. You know what? Your little friends on the staff years ago told us you guys never did the impact studies. You just actually drew a bunch of lines. And that's what you did, and that's why you want that west side of San Key, because you didn't get it all. But you told us, user groups will adjust. I've adjusted for 30 damn years. You know what? I'm tired of adjusting. Every time you come and you take 20%, 25% of my bottom, or you took my hogfish, you take a chunk of my income. Every time you take something, you should get a reduction in pay too. Joseph Stalin, the communist dictator, said it doesn't matter who votes, it matters who tallies the votes. And I don't want the sanctuary staff tallying my comment. I want an independent third party. It's like two wolves and a sheep deciding what's for dinner. Okay, let's get on to Sean Work. What the hell, man? They redacted all that stuff, 362 pages of information we're not allowed to have. I'm a big boy. If Sean was a swinger like they say he was, and he was taking sanctuary votes and doing his thing and chasing after stuff, I need to know that. If he was heavily influenced, he left behind all the council members who were doing the fraud with him. They're still here. Why did Sean Ward not go to jail? Why did he not have criminal prosecution against him? Oh no, NOAA takes takes care of its own. That's why there's no accountability, no consequences, and they can feel they can do any damn thing they want.
Yes.
By the way, Andy, that little biologist, you fucked up last year. All the during mid-season, we had a virus come through, 90% of all the pumps behind the reef died. We called you, and you put off coming to the reef for 3 months. And that's what the sanctuary does. They cover everything up, and they screw us.
I'm not originally from the Keys, but I got down here as quick as I could, because I love this place.
Thank you for coming.
Oh, well, thank you for saying that. You know, one thing that brought me to the Keys was the water, the ocean. And that's what's going on here. Everybody here either loves this ocean or they make their living from it. And the most knowledgeable people I've ever met are the fishermen and the generation of conchs who year after year after generation have protected these waters. Those are the people I think that should have a say in this. And I trust me, I tried to read how many pages it was, and I couldn't understand it. I don't lie to you. There's a lot. But what I do know, and what I do think is, if something is this difficult to get people to buy into, it's like pushing string. And there's a lot of discussion about, earlier folks that were in charge of it that were perhaps not above board. Maybe it's time to take a breath and relook at it together, because I promise you, everybody is smarter than any one of us or any 10 of us. And those people that have lived here for generations and generations and know these waters, they know why things don't work, and I think those are the people that really should be involved with making this thing either work or not work. And I think, as far as the locals are concerned, if you close an area, I promise you we're going to go someplace else. So, we're going to go someplace. So, you have to think about that. You're going to put more of an impact on a place you're not even thinking about now. So, think that through. And the other thing I got to say, this is probably not going to be very popular, but I think mini season is just the biggest rape of this ocean. You should do that because it will break your heart. And I know we're not talking about that, but that to me is something that needs to be taken care of, that needs to be monitored. I don't know how, trust me, I'm not that smart. Eliminated! But the people that really want it. So, anyway, that's all I got to say. Thank you. Charles?
Alright, I'm not really good at speaking, so we're just going to start. I live on Monkey Island.
Can't hear you.
Monkey Island. Also called OSG. The Flats guys want to close an area behind Monkey Island where I'm all for the Flats guys. They can make money. They want to put up a flag, so we don't want to close to them, but they want to close that area for 365 days out of the year when that's not all tarpon fishing. I cut through there when I'm trapping. I go through the two cuts. It's an navigable cut. I go through the cut, pull my gear, come home. If I gotta come home a different way, go back out into open ocean and run either to boat channel or camp channel, I'm burning more fuel, wasting my time, and it's taking longer for me to do it. I'm all for them fishing. If we could run a certain distance away from them, that's fine, but closing the whole area off just to one user group, I just don't agree with that one whatsoever. I live on country, I pay my taxes, I've been fishing for over 30 years, and I've never had a problem before. So, thank you very much.
Greg. I was born and raised here. I'm not commercial, but a lot of these ideas that you guys have are wrong. They're just not going to work. The areas around Western Dry Rocks that you're talking about closing, you don't need that. We have fishery management already, and it's doing fine. I go out fishing in the Atlantic, I go fishing in the Gulf, I go fishing down west, I go fishing up east. I'm always catching mutton snapper. That's the main reason to close Western Dry Rocks, and there's no reason to do it. One of my biggest concerns is idle only around any shoreline within 100 yards or 300 yards, whatever it is. That's going to cause more damage. A boat like mine, I have to get up on a plane. My prop wash is going to damage more seagrass by doing that. And everybody's boat's going to do it. Flats boats. When a boat gets on a plane, comes off a plane, the prop goes deeper in the water. You're going to have these boats causing more damage, slowing down just to go by an island. And for what reason that is, I don't know. I don't know if it's flat fishing or not. That's what I was told, but I'm not sure. But it will cause more damage, and it's going to create hours of idling around to get somewhere. It's going to take hours out of our days. There's a lot of other things, but I'm gonna finish to answer your quote. Our kids will thank us. We don't want to do this, but they will thank us. They won't, because with these continued closures, my kids are going to be looking at pictures and reading stories when they're living in Georgia, because we cannot control
David Paul.
Happy birthday, David!
Thank you. All right. I've already given my speech about we don't trust you, so I'll say the next one. This is a proposed expansion of the sanctuary, and it changes every part of our boundaries, regulations, new and expanded marine zones, everything. Now, what's the justification for it? Increased resource protection, but supposedly allowing quote-unquote compatible uses. Pray tell, what do they think is a compatible use? Now, stated differently, regulations should have the least possible adverse economic impact. Any decision should all be based on whether the proposed actual regulation is actually necessary. Is the proposed environmental benefit necessary when compared to the restrictions on our previously unrestricted rights? James Madison made it really clear. He said, the Constitution are rights against law. A particular restriction, if it is necessary, it ought to be opposed. Our sanctuary is 3,800 square miles. We have 57 individual marine zones. So the expansion, is it really necessary? Congress found that 3,800 square miles was big enough. Now the sanctuary manager wants to make it 20% bigger without legislative approval? No. A majority of the present 3,800 square miles is owned by the state of Florida. They hadn't figured that out yet. Because through the consent of the state of Florida, the sanctuary to regulate within state boundaries. The proposed so-called restoration plan allows the sanctuary manager to regulate navigation, fishing, access to the islands within the federal wildlife refuges, changes of use, repairing rights. The list goes on and on and on. Now, one of the primary uses or issues in the implementation of the proposed sanctuary restoration plan is whether legislative power within the state's boundaries is now vested in the sanctuary manager. Folks, it is not. The governor has the right to veto it all. The he's already said, hey, closure ought to be the last option. The fact is that the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary establishes specific geographical areas. That's a legislative act that no person in the administrative branch of government can change without legislative authorization. That's the Sanctuary Act does not provide nor provides for establishing priorities or other means of identifying or choosing what resources it's intended to protect. It treats alike as fungible goods, like, you know, here's the environmental, here's historical resources, here's archaeological resources, but they're saying that they can regulate all of that. Now, when the state of Florida makes the fundamental policy decision on the size of regulatory power within the portion of the sanctuary owned by the state, and delegates to the sanctuary manager the task of implementing those legislative policies, that would not be a violation of the separation of powers of government, but until then, it is. Alternate number one, a lot of people are in favor of that, I am, but that is 57 zones, 3,800 square miles of regulation, and then alternate two adds 750 miles to the existing sanctuary. That's a 20% increase in the size of the sanctuary. I was involved in those collisions with the reef, with those big ships. We established a navigational zone off the reef where they cannot go. This is kind of like, you know, well, we'll do it again. The NOAA preferred alternative number 3. That's the preferred alternative. It includes provisions protecting live rock harvesting. Why? You know why? Because there's somebody on the Sanctuary Advisory Council that's a live rock harvester. Yeah! I looked at our alternate number 4. Do you know that alternate number 4, I looked at it and I thought, that is so bad and so restrictive that even Last Stand in the Nature Conservancy will probably oppose it. I was wrong. Last Stand got up here today and said they were all in favor of 4. The draft restoration plan maintains alternate 2 as the least restrictive. It includes 31 new marine life wildlife areas, 6 new sanctuary preservation zones. The least restrictive also has idle speed, no weight, no anchor, no trolling presently allowed, zones and 3-year phase out of bait fishing. Do you think any of these people actually go fishing? Because you got to catch bait. Alternate number 3 adds 41 new marine zones. Restrictive access, no entry. Supposedly, these are necessary to protect fish, birds, and turtles. Has there been a documented decrease in fish, birds, and turtles in all those new zones? Absolutely. I don't think anything has documented that. NOAA's preferred alternative number 3 includes 3 new modified restricted access sanctuary preservation areas. It's no longer going to be allowed for trolling or catch and release. And for the bait fishermen, the collection of bait fish, direct quote, is no longer consistent with the goals and objectives of the sanctuary management. Here we are 29 years later, and it's no longer consistent. Does that sound like a change in legislation?
Scare tactics, scare people.
Now, they sure attack on fish. Now, the preferred alternative by NOAA actually limits the number of users to the reef tracks to only the Blue Star. They back off of that. Did they back off of it because it was not done correctly? No. They did exactly what they thought they wanted to do, and it created such an outcry, they had to back off of it. It is important to note that when all these new regulations fail to create the results the sanctuary is promising, they will be back with more restrictions in more areas. They will, no question. Because if you take our
most popular zones, and then you transit them to the less desirable zones, and we show up there, we're going to overpopulate those, and in a very short period of time, that's going to be the NOAA preferred alternative. Now, the alternatives 2, 3, and 4 involve Marvin, Barracuda Keys, where they prohibit motors, the Lower Harbor Keys, Mud Keys, Snipes, Marvin, Sawyer Contents, Upper Keys, Upper Harbor Keys. These are all no entry. And then Woman Key and Boca Grande and Marquesas Key are no access, no entry. But they never noticed that the islands are defined by mean low tide. Think about that, people. Think about it. How big is Snipe on mean low tide? It's 5 times bigger than the island. And yet, they're not going to give us the figures on what they're trying to exclude. It's the death of common sense to think that closing our most popular recreational areas will not overpopulate the remaining areas. In the future, closing the remaining areas will be necessary. In 1982, I'm finished. In 1982, there was a traffic jam that caused by the overreaching of the federal government agency that started the Conquer Rebellion. A new proposed overreaching NOAA Grass Sanctuary Restoration Blueprint is a lot worse than a traffic jam. If we learn anything, once the government takes it away, it never gives it back.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Larry White. Bar. Anyway. I've been a lifelong resident here. I grew up here, and I've seen all the changes. And I remember when illegal was a sick burden. Lifelong resident, and although the intentions may have been good, as we all know, not everything has worked out for the greater good. As I said, I grew up here, and I've commercial dove, cockle, fish for over 30 years. I've been fishing. I have a charter boat tour, a tour boat, a fishing boat, and I do a lot of activities out through the Snipes and whatnot. And to take that away is really detrimental to my business, actually. A lot of people enjoy the time we idle through the channel and whatnot. You see different stuff and all the birds and whatnot. So it's really crazy to think that they do this. I'll make a couple signs to keep me out of there.
We'd be like yard ordinance.
Yeah, that's straight off the trail.
Real good about front yard.
That's straight off the top of the road, sorry, but kind of unclear about the boundaries. You know, the ones that they had on their picture. My opinion that instead of closing or expanding areas of interest on their proposal to protect whatever species it may be, that they should look at the big picture and try to fix the major problems in our environmental disasters that occur every day, due to runoff, pumping billions of gallons of whatever into the ocean, and into what would naturally be a clean and pristine, full of life water environment. if they could channel their efforts and resources on working towards what is the real problem, an environmental tragedy that causes red tides, algae blooms, flesh-eating bacteria, all of these things are really bad. Florida and the Keys will no longer be a tourist destination, and everything they're trying to protect will be dead anyways. That's just my opinion, but furthermore, I don't know how they can justify getting a paycheck when they come and just throw crap on the wall to see what sticks. Instead of working on the real problem, solution to the real problem. So, I think it's ridiculous, and y'all should just go home.
Hello, it's an intimidating crowd to talk in front of, but I'm Captain Carla Bellinger. We have a small business, Java Cat, 6-passenger sailing, kayaking, snorkeling. We go out to the Key West National Wildlife Refuge. I also have another 6-passenger, actually it's a 5-passenger charter boat out of Geiger Key. We have Geiger Key Paddle Hut. We do mostly paddle tours. And I was a community volunteer for the Shallow Water Working Group. And I went to every meeting, and I had good intentions, and that was in 2012. And I started working in the backcountry when Danger Charters was only a 6-pack, and Wayne Fox was the captain, I was the mate. It was only that boat, Java Cat, and Restless Native, another 6-passenger, and occasionally a flats boat we would see or whatnot. I've seen the changes. I was there when the mooring balls were put in. I agree with that. There's a lot of hard bottom. Once the mooring balls came in around Archer Key, that brought in, when it's windy, all the other boats, especially dolphin watching boats, which I was a member, the second member of the Dolphin Smart program starting in 2007. And I went several years with that program. It's no longer active. I think instead of shutting down Archer Key and Snipes, today I ran a charter and I went to Snipes. I ran through some channels that are shallow channels that aren't marked, to take those away from us is not what I volunteered all that time for. And I'm a little disappointed, and I apologize for my friends out there that maybe I might be a part of that. But I encourage you. I was there in 2012, and I invite anybody on the sanctuary to come out with me and let me show you the damage and what could be done. I am for more mooring balls. Please do not close Archer Key down. I've been working and making my income off of Archer Key, Mud Key, the Snipes and all that area for 20 years. So I encourage any of you to come out. It's easy to find me. My name is on the Shallow Water Working Group. I'm for more mooring balls. I'm for not shutting down the sandbars, and David Moran's right. It was super high tide. I've never seen the water as high as it was today out at Snipes. But when it's low tide, sandbars galore. Where are these people going to go once you shut that down? You're just going to push up everybody, including my company, to other islands. And so I don't really have any planned words or whatnot, but I feel like I needed to stand up and say something. I will be submitting written comments for you to review. But if anybody wants to come out and talk to me, I am pro more mooring balls. I don't really do fishing, so I can't speak for the fishermen, but I just feel like there's a lot of information that the sanctuary is not aware of down here in the lower Keys. So if you would please be more involved, come out with us, and thank you. I do know that you're trying to do good, and I was there for those meetings. I listened to the scientists, and I do agree with some stuff, but to shut down, and I was shocked, and I'm a little nervous about my name being up there on that working group. So please reconsider, please reach out, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then behind Richard, we have Dr. Patrick and Louise Cave.
I'm going to start. So, first of all, I'd like to thank all of y'all. I was under the impression that I was going to meet the advisory board, not the actual NOAA board. I'm 5 generations from here. Not that I think that entitles me to anything more than anyone else. Do I want Key West to look better, be better, the islands to be better? Sure. The problem is, laws only affect the honest man. Anyone in law enforcement understands that. If you start shutting down the sandbars where we've been going for generations, you're going to push, like Carl said, people to other islands. We're going to start squeezing other places. Those islands are what makes the Keys wonderful. Not only that, but the fort, Marquesas, all these islands all the way through. I'm not just going to talk about Snipe and Marvin. For years, we've had to defend them. We've had to come up and speak. And while we all want the water quality and stuff to be better, I think sometimes people don't realize if we had simple channel markers, then we wouldn't have to hear about the turtle grass being tore up. Nobody's ever done that. I've stuck them out too many times and been tore up. There's simpler solutions than shutting it down. At least now you have the people all in a concentrated area. And I think y'all need to look at that. Making the fort, that zone bigger where it's less fishing, is it really going to make the kind of difference that we're looking for? Is it really? As a biologist, I'm sure you could sit and say, well, the math works, but sometimes it doesn't. We're getting water runoff from all over the other places that's affecting us. I remember as a kid going to San Key, and it was a big, beautiful sandbar. It's gone now. Sometimes hurricanes affect the Keys, and it's not our fault. But one thing I can tell you is that the Keys out in the islands, from the fort to Snipe, or Marvin Key, are cleaner now than they ever were when I was a kid. People clean up their trash. People will pick stuff up, walk over bottles. Hey, we don't want that shut down, so we're making that extra effort. And I think all of us here feel like it's done no good because y'all still want to shut us down. And you might not be intentionally doing that, but that's how we feel. So shutting down these islands and restricting us more, I don't believe is the answer. I don't have all the answers, but I think they'll really need to look at that and think about when you start shutting them down, you're going to push people to other places. And at least let us stay where we are, enjoy what we have, and let's just keep looking for a solution. We all want to have a better Key West. So with that, I say thank you for your time.
Okay, Don.
My name is Don Kirkpatrick. I work for Sunset World Sports. I'm here to show my concerns for the proposed alternative marine zones for Western Sandals to Boca Chica Sandbar. Out of the 4 alternatives, 2 are the same, so that really is only giving us 3 choices. Number 1, leave it as it is, as a sanctuary preserve. Number 2 and 3 are no anchor, idle speed only. And number 4, no entry to the sandbar at all. I'm not sure the difference between this sandbar and all the others that are not being threatened, except this one, which is a highly looked at fishing area at certain times of year. This sandbar is very local and horizontally very easy to find. Closing the sandbar not only would hurt one user group, it would make it better for another, the profit, which I do not believe in this. Also, all of the boat rentals and local boaters would now be heading out to the refuge where they could cause more possible damage. So in closing, I would like to see Westwood Stanbro's alternative stand all beyond status quo. Thank you.
Hi, so I'm Louis Gabe. I'm one of the younger ones here. You know, I wasn't around for the last meeting, wasn't old enough, but if I could have been there, I would have. I've seen firsthand through the years and years I've been on the water since I was 1 month old. I've been on a boat, and I've seen firsthand that the fisheries are alive. They're there, and the sanctuaries are placed on the living coral systems that are already living, existent. The ones that are not in the sanctuaries are dead because they've been dying through natural causes that we can't control. So expanding that sanctuary isn't going to help. And why does something have to be in the sanctuary in order to help it? We can help stuff that's outside of the sanctuary while still fishing. We have fishing spots there. We contribute so much to the population by just throwing chum. It brings fish to us. We throw more money than some of you guys make in a year just to invest in our location. Our fish come to us. They're not dumb. They like structure. So what do those sanctuaries have? Exactly what the fish want. What is outside the sanctuaries? Nothing that they want. So a perfect example, I fished all the way from Miami to Key West my entire life. Miami had bug light, one of the best bait holding spots in Miami, period, until the tower was removed. Wasn't in the sanctuary, no longer any bait there. Perfect example. So if structure were added in locations that necessarily didn't have to be sanctuaries, I think everybody would benefit. The fish populations would remain healthy, the coral could regrow, give people a chance to disperse and fish throughout different regions, rather than concentrating them by taking away locations they can't fish from. So, you know, I may be young, but I have a lot of experience under my belt, and I've seen it firsthand. And a lot of you guys, I probably have more experience on the water than you. So the truth is, I'm not trying to be rude, I'm just trying to be fair with you guys.
Hi, my name is Sterling. I'm sorry I have to read from this because I do work a lot and unfortunately had to spend my time dealing with this today, and that wasn't what I was planning. I'm a 7th generation pump. I have used these waters around the Keys my entire life. My family has used them for over 100 years. I start by asking, what problems are being solved with this new plan? The simple answer is none. Although there are clearly problems and issues that exist within Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary, you are not tackling the hard issues. In my opinion, the two biggest issues are declining health of the reef and the damage to the turtle grass, neither of which are really being addressed with these restrictions. If you want to improve the health of the reef, then improve water quality by cleaning up the nearshore waters that are polluted with sunken, abandoned, and derelict vessels. Then restore water flow to reduce the high salinity. Maybe the millions of dollars that have been spent on salaries, websites, what you call research for what you're proposing should have been spent on a massive cleanup of the surrounding waters. As far as damage to the turtle grass and the crop scarring, I have two very simple fixes. Put up channel markers in the backcountry and get rid of lobster mini season as everyone else. Markers have never been wanted by you because you would prefer boaters not even attempt to go in the backcountry. In regard to mini season, I have witnessed the damage done year after year as tourists rape and pillage our waters and run their boats aground during the 2-day mini season. Closing off areas is not the answer, but it appears the sanctuary has a desire to keep expanding its footprint with no entry, no take, no motor zones, no anchor, primarily for those that live here, and to the point that we are not even going to be allowed to use our resource. A lot of people have either make a living using these waters, or like me, try to make the waters a part of our life. Although at the September 24th meeting at the Key West High School, we were told the new signs that are popping up in the backcountry were areas that were already restricted, I disagree with that. They have been designated on a map, but they have never been enforced. The local voters have been using them. There have been no signs and no enforcement in those areas. So now, not only are you starting to enforce those areas that we will not be able to use, but you would like to take more of those areas. Other proposed changes included no anchor between Boga Grande and Woman Key that encompasses sandbar that my family and I frequent on summer weekends. My kids love spending time there. So now you are also affecting kids in our community, which I cannot tolerate or allow. None of the proposed restrictions make sense or have any scientific evidence that prove the changes will help the sanctuary anyway. I am actually an attorney and have been unable to understand how this proposed plan works and how it makes sense. Anybody can take out a Sharpie and draw lines on a map, but that doesn't make it right. This board really needs to consider how those lines affect people's lives on so many levels.
I'll probably use a crayon.
I would urge you to take alternative 1, which would be no change.
That's my lease.
Hello, my name is Brianna. I'm 12 years old and my mother's family came here in the 1880s. I'm asking you not to take our waters from us. It's for the kids, they say, but I don't agree. The tourists are the problem in my opinion. They litter and mess up our sea life. Taking our waters is not the solution. How come they don't have reports on increased amount of tourists in these locations? I've been on water since I was a young child, so I say no to what they say. We need a majority voting system. The tourists need to educate on our ecosystem with classes or videos before voting. Please don't take our waters. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to be very short. My mom spoke for a while earlier. My name is Melvin Fisher Apps. Melvin Fisher was my grandfather, and we are representing submerged cultural resources. And over the past few months, I've attended multiple sanctuary meetings about the restoration of Lutheran and how the Sanctuary Advisory Council keeps saying it's all about sanctuary. Yet in the beginning, over 55% of the people who voted against implementing a sanctuary at all. Yet here we are, expanding again. Today, knowing there are hundreds of public comments, online and written, directly against any further expansion of the sanctuary, all I've heard from these Sanctuary Advisory Council members is how much more are we going to do? You guys are not representing your constituents, in my opinion. You are representing big government and the people who are behind you. Alternative 1 is the only way to go.